Why do you guys watch? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it, chat. Let's go like this. Hey, congrats, Rain. Let's go. Was that your... Yeah, that was the 60th time, dude. That's crazy. Yes, I've ended my goal successfully. Thank you. I've ended and started my goal successfully. Thank you for keeping a pop-up just in my face the whole time, blocking me from editing anything. That's so sweet of you, Twitch. Thank you. Hi, Donut. How's it going? What's up? And hello, Pack. How's it going? Shirts, Canned, Rain. Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys? How are you doing? What's up? What's up? Boo, you suck. Chat, we have some funny mechanics to work on today. We have some funny mechanics and maybe some extra stuff that we're gonna look at. Who knows? I don't know. God knows I don't know. We all know that I have no idea what's gonna happen. Veggie dev time, it's been so long. You're right, let's not. Let's do something else instead. Welcome to here, Sherbs. How's it going? Nice to have you. Chat, I have been scrolling through this document to get prepared for stream. There's not much. There's really not much. There's not a lot left to do, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. Finally got my Utopia book. Yay! Let's go! Go Cant! Pack, that's wild. Nothing interesting to say, Nebula. Okay. Did you feel the bit jar yet? I think we can still stuff a few more in there. We have this little bit left. And I think we can fit a few more in there. I mean, Lord, that's not a stream thing, I presume. Probably not. I don't know how. I don't think chat. Okay, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hi Munchie. Hi Volt. It's funny. I have a lot to do. Listen. I don't think it would be interesting for stream to just write lore for the AG. 100 biddies!
Ray Nice Fallen just shared 100 bits.
We have a Lelo.
Timer
Okay.
and Lelo.
Timer and Lelo. A Lelo rock. Thank you so much for the biddies, Rain. I'm going to put your biddy rock in the biddy jar of biddy rocks. Oh shit, Nebula! No fucking way! There we go. There you go. One Lelo rock. Oh, what's up, Dog Streamer? How's it going? Holy hell, Nebula! Congratulations! Yeez, that's crazy, dude. Shakalaka. Good job, Nebula. Congrats on VIP the hard way. Let's fucking go. Winter break is awesome. That's amazing. You become VIP now. Look at that. That was the thing you wanted to say? Understandable. Have a nice day. She's got an idea what to do with the spin wheel on Tuesday. Oh, goodness. I'm terrified. Congrats on VIP. That's crazy. No gem bits. Huh. Rix only gets invisible rocks. That's how it works. It's just how it works, chat. I'm sorry. Songs range from 1964 to 2022. At least 3 generations will fall to throwbacks. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that checks out. That's crazy, dude. I feel like we have a couple of fun community things today, potentially, or at least one big one. And somebody in chat knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure. I would never be intentionally vague about something. Okay, let me do the biddly bop on my phone real quick. Shut up, me. God, I keep talking. Once Rich pays 100 bits in total, will the pennies so they get 1 bit in the jar? Unfortunately, no, it has to be all at once because it's just nigh impossible to track. Song from 1964, House of the Rising Sun. Fair enough. I don't think that a lore stream chat... Okay, let me correct myself. I don't think that writing AG lore would be something that would be super interesting to do on stream. Like, I feel like it wouldn't be a whole ton of fun to witness. Fun fact, I've been thinking so much about the chemicals right now that I literally couldn't eat this night. Oh goodness, go to bed. Get sleep. Don't not sleep. That's bad. Which means that the lore side of the AG is probably going to be done off stream.
Hi, Ori.
Now assuming, hey, what's up, Mence? Assuming that we are barring the lore side of the AG, there's not very much left, chat. There's not that much left. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, out of all the things, right? And there's another thing that I have to take off of the list.
Kickstarter win.
Oh dear God. One thing I have to take off the list as well for stuff that we do on stream. I mean, we can do it if we want to, but chances are we will not be working on the core items either. Here, I think you need to do something on the Discord. Not sure if you did already.
Since the media for some damn reason won't do that for me.
I don't know what you mean by that, Sherbs. Are you going to add structure mounted vehicles? Maybe. I've considered that. I've definitely considered that. We will likely be ignoring the core items, the core spells and everything like that. We can make those on stream, but I think realistically those are best just batched up off of stream.
At Sherbert
we
_plays,
did start
I can
on
do
that
it if needed. You can ping me.
And it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. I think that that's something that's interesting enough to design for the AG on stream, and we can work on that. But ignoring that, because it's not actual addition of mechanics, and ignoring lore, because that's not going to be done on stream, we have a handful of optional rules, which we're going to be working on today, a handful of species, which we're going to be working on today, and then we just have bodies and kits for creatures. Like, in total. Like, at all. Like, once that's done, the mechanics for the AG are done. Or, okay, done is a strong word. The rough draft for the raw mechanics of the AG are done. We have a full draft of the AG, which is absolutely insane. So, AG1 Kickstarter win? That's a great question. There's a lot more to do after this, but for when it comes to actually designing stuff, for actually generating content, this is the first step, and it's a fucking huge step. And it's crazy that we've gotten this far. Like, it's so wild to me. This is a big book. It's really not that big, but this is crazy to see how much content was added in this expansion. Ooh. Same ad play twice. I don't get why they do that. Thick! Chat, the opposite of thick is thickless. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let them. I'm scared and excited. Renaissance? Did I write that on purpose? I don't know. Said that out loud at the same time you said this. That's funny. The opposite of thick is thock? No, the opposite of thick is thickless, chat. Have a good one, Pack. I appreciate you. There's a bow command. Hold on. Wait, does this say what I think it does? Oh, that chat doesn't work for commands. The cult of hydration. Why are there so many fucking cults in this community, chat? What's happening? Thickless seems like a name. Thickless Nicholas. That's like probably the memes from the ancient text. Thickless, one without thick. Yes! Donut exactly gets it. That's a weird way to spell kit. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a lot of extra letters, I would argue. I mean, you do you, go. Gronkle, TTRPG is predisposed towards cultism. Understood. Thank you, Gronkle. It's how we get people to play. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I am actually really excited for Sudden Shock. Sudden Shock is a feature that I've wanted for probably quite a while now. And, Rain, I'm excited to say, it's another way to nerf spellcasters, which I love. Why is my Wi-Fi suddenly dying? Oh no. Oh no. Dude, my back hurts. My back hurts pretty good. I wanted to not do that. What's up, Prime? How's it going? Sudden Shock is an optional rule. Why do you do this
to me?
Because it's funny. Sudden Shock is an optional rule. The way
nice.
Fuck with spellcasters again? Kind of. So, Sudden Shock is an ability, or it's an optional rule that basically states if you were to take an immense amount of damage all at once, then you get a permanent debuff. Pseudo-permanent, I will say. You get a debuff until you are healed to some extent. Nerf crafters for once, Jesus. I feel like crafters take pretty regular nerfs. No, that's not true. They kind of just don't. No. Buff crafters trust. Yeah.
At Rainice Fouling, if you ever want to start a revolution against Ori's tyranny, I'm in.
Crafters are to eat components like a lawnmower. Me setting up all of the extraordinary components like they're grass in a lawn. The crafter coming in like... Okay, the reason why this nerfs specifically casters, I mean, it nerfs everybody in different ways. But the way that it works is that you take Sudden Shock by getting dealt over half of your maximum SHP, DHP, or stamina in a single turn. So if you take over half of something in a single turn, you have a chance of getting something lopped off. And stamina has the ability to make you do a fucky wucky. Which means that if you spend over half your stamina in a single turn, you can get what we call in the business, boner-owned. Respond to my email? Would that respond to your email? Not yet. I have to look at it. I have not had a waking second. I've been missing sleep and not having time to look at anything. Believe me, there's a lot of things I need to do. There's a lot of very important things I need to do. There's still a letter from the IRS I haven't responded to. You absolutely could trap me with a mythical component and bait from a box trap. No, actually, same. Big spell shock, yeah. Soroka can spend over half his stamina in a turn. Oh, I know he can. I know he can. It's thematic, Rain. I thought you liked thematics. I want to make shit, add more shit to it, but I'm worried of breaking it. And that's actually pretty fair. Have you considered eeping? I would love to. However, there's shit to do. I do like thematics. Fuck you. That's what they all say, Rain. That's what they all say. I'm in Max for the thematics. Hold on, I want to check something. Can I just look right now? What are you full on?
Get off, Rain.
Where? Volt! I have an answer. It's 90%. Jesus fuck. I'm gonna have to upgrade this like immediately, aren't I? Fuck. It's 90%. It is 90% used. Send Ori to sleep stream. Ori, leave Rain alone? Never. Or Rain is a better streamer than you? Yes. I can upgrade it. I can upgrade it, Volt, if we need to. I can upgrade it if we need to. Just let me know. Yo, congrats on the 50 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. God damn. I was wondering, that's 100,000 channel points is a fucking lot. That's crazy, Nebula. Send Ori to sleep. Send Ori to sleep stream costs 8 hours on a Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, it doubles it, Volt. So we'll go from 90% to 45%. some options, I think. Okay, just let me know if I should upgrade it. At least if prior to us talking, you're like, yeah, do it right now. Save me many weeks, real. I wonder how Superthon affected stream streaks. I can't imagine it was super helpful. I'm actually curious. Hold on. Was that the cancel stream, right? Yeah, cancel a stream. I guess you could Saturday takeover and then say Ori go to bed, which would be weird. It'd be really weird to do that, I feel like, but you do you, boo.
It was unhelpful because we got one every 2 days rather than every day.
Ah, that makes sense. Well, I was more so wondering if anybody like lost their stream streak, but I don't think people would. I feel like, yeah, you have to be there less often. So I can't imagine that anybody's losing their stream streak to that. Don't have a ranking for streamers you watch? Real. For me, it's Rain. Everybody else. Done. Certainly top 3. I'll take it. I'll take top 3. I don't mind top 3. All right, chat. We got the document open. Let's take a peek-sees. So this is... I'm just going to go over roughly what there is to talk about when it comes to optional things. This is one that I'm still a little iffy on. This is item sharing. Now, originally, one of the ideas was that there was going to be a way to prevent the use of a consumable on an unwilling creature. This kind of gets into a really weird mechanic. I feel like this is kind of encumbering, but I do feel like there should be a way to resist consumables. Like, if you have a consumable that's, let's say, addicting, to me, it doesn't really make sense to be able to just be like, oh, you're within, 1 meter of me, you're touching, so I can just use this on you, and you cannot respond to me. Because it doesn't have an innate response to the consumables, and raw, yeah, you just kind of do it. They can't respond to that. Languages is probably not something that we'll be working on stream. Crushing is another one. I feel like crushing is a mechanic that's been asked to be built on that we haven't talked about a whole ton. And that is for when you get over double your carry capacity. Hello, all the patrons. I love seeing the little patrons popping up. It's funny as heck. Oh my god,
Trying
Mr.
to force
Stuno!
a consumable on someone can be like force-feeding people in some cases, so def should be resisted.
Yes, I agree. It is awkward how it's placed, I will say, because realistically, this is a ruling that should go in consumables. However, consumables are in the original book, and I can't change that anymore. So now we're gonna have to introduce a new method, unless, and this, oh, I see, this is how I wrote it. It is a quote-unquote standard action. So it is a standard action specifically to resist a consumable, which is weird, but it technically functions. It's a weird way. Addicting says when a creature activates a consumable so it doesn't proc those effects. Oh. Shit. Oh, did we future-proof this? I mean, there's other ones. Noxious can be blocked or dodged. Remote doesn't matter. Homemade is a positive effect. Oh! Oh, hey, chat. Oh, not chat. Hey, Rain. I was using this wrong the whole time. Guys, your characters aren't addicted to narcotics. I was wrong. You're not addicted to narcotics. There's very few people who are going to know what that means. That's okay. Just know that they're not addicted to narcotics. You know what? I do not think that we need item sharing. I think that we can actually take out item sharing. I still struggle with this one. I don't think I agree with this one personally. I don't think I agree with this one. Or I believe that's a drink. Fuck. You're right. Chad, if I had a drink on me, I would too. Oh, thank you, Elf. I completely forgot. Yes, there we go. I forgot that I do that. I don't think we do this. I don't think we add pedog... oh, God. First of all, this needs a new fucking name. But also, I think it might get deleted. Rain told me to nerf Tinkers, so I'm going to nerf Tinkers by pulling this off of consumables. I think that this is just so excessively exploitable. We have Telemetry now. I don't think that this is as good. I
agree.
I think this goes away. Sorry, Rix. Remove RC from Tricky? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Which Tricky was that on? Was that on all Trickies? No, it was on one of them, I'm pretty sure. What we just removed, it used to be called, like, Trained or something like that, but basically it was a consumable ability, and it was a prolonged feature that said when you were to take it, you would basically have the effects of a talent of your choice for the consumables duration. I think that giving people access to talents in ways other than them just taking the talents is a really sketchy maneuver, in my opinion. It's really difficult to balance. See, items exist in a vacuum, and spells exist in a vacuum. They can tinker with each other, but usually at a really, really piss-poor rate or with extreme limitations that makes it only matter in some form of early game instances. When it comes to tinkering getting into just handing you a talent, there's too many talents in the world. There's too many talents in the world to know what the extent of that is. I think it's just something that's borderline unbalanceable, in my opinion. And maybe I'm crazy about that, and maybe we'll turn around and add it another time at some point. I don't know. But what can you do? It's also clunky, would require a lot of reading and rethinking your strategies. It would be a tough one. Now, there is something I want to add, chat. There is something I want to add. Spell Force. This is going to be a really difficult thing to produce. I don't know how exactly we're going to do this, but we have a problem. When it comes to spell tech is a ridiculously expensive thing to do. It is really, really difficult to make spell tech items, and I'm gonna show you guys. Let's see if I can find no. Oh, I hate that. Spell tech. So right here, spell tech is the ability that you can put on an artifact that allows it to cast a specific spell. I say cast very loosely because spell tech is not considered activating a spell. It is not an actual spell. However, it allows you to take the effects of a spell of your choice repeatably without spending any cost. It costs, in RP, twice as much stamina as the spell did, and you can't utilize anything that wouldn't cost stamina. So, we have a really difficult thing here, in my opinion. Spell tech, it is nigh impossible to put a powerful spell on spell tech. Like, at maximum, I think you're looking at roughly 60 RP or 60 stamina. No, I'm sorry, it's way less than that. It's like 20 stamina. 20 stamina is getting into, like, the mythical territory for items. Just to put that one thing, barring downsides, you're looking at about a 20 stamina spell on repeat is roughly a mythical item. Fireball's a mythical spell? Yes. Depends on how fast you want it to be activated, though. Correct, yes. Now, if we were to assume that this is taking, like, 6 turn actions, which is, like, the most encumbering you really want it to be, I'd assume, it's 6 times the amount of stamina the spell cost. That's a lot for a really, really slow spell. If you want it to be cast at the speed the spell did, it's 12 times the stamina cost in RP. That means at 2 stamina, we've already passed Crude. Yes, that's exactly what it is, Nebula. It's a gizmo that reproduces the spell effect. That's why it's called spell tech. However, what I think would be an important thing to introduce and solves the problem of not having any activated features, which I really wanted for artifacts. Spell Force instead will cost half the amount, and it does allow for things like DHP. It allows for you to have to spend components and things like that, because Spell Force just says you just have to pay the cost of it. You don't have to know the thing, you just have to pay the cost of it. It allows you to basically attach one spell onto the thing, and you can reproducibly cast that spell. I feel like this is something that would be pretty beneficial. However, it needs to be pretty cheap. Now, the cool thing about Spell Force is, like, the first thing that comes to my mind, right, is if I put an alteration spell on this, like, let's say I just put like a restoration spell that only takes alteration, it works on the cast or whatever, why would I not just give you a Tomb of Alteration? Spell Force is nice because it is also not casting a spell, so it does not count against like things like Sage Slayer, Mage Slayer, doesn't proc any of the law talents that check for a spell, anything like that. It's not an attack, so it doesn't proc warden abilities, but on top of that, it completely ignores your spell cap. It does not care about your spell cap. Tome. Hold on, what's the difference between Spell Force and the other similar things? What do you mean, other similar things? Lots of spells need more than one art as well. Yes, exactly. But that is to say, why don't I just give you a tome of the arts that you need? I was not attention. Spell Force is spell tech, except it's a quarter the price, and you do have to pay the cost of it. And it allows for payments such as DHP, so you can put perpetual spells on Spell Force. However, you will be spending that DHP. You can't discount these costs.
Spell tech got it.
Shitty spell tech, but affordable spell tech. And Spell Force can't use perpetual. So, shitty, but more universal. I'm going to use this as reference. I'm going to use spell tech as reference pretty heavily. The user casts a spell costing to double X stamina, SHP, or DHP combined using this artifact. Specific spell to be chosen. Crafting for instance of using this feature and cannot be changed. The activation of this feature is not considered casting a spell, and though all costs must be paid by the user. Paid this way, do not receive spell discounts. Regardless of the spell, the artifact is as the origin of the spell, and the user is treated as the caster. Creature does not need to know any arcane arts to use this feature. Not compat. Wait a second. Hold on a second, chat. Has nobody ever caught this? Oh, I'm sure somebody's caught it. I know people have caught this, but how did I not know this? Not compatible with the radiating feature. Anybody catch the problem already? There's no way. There's no way. Really? I can't believe that made it through. Fuck. Fuck. Well, okay, hold on. There's kind of a funny saving grace here. Now, before you add it, Rain, funny enough, radiating is in the AG, and it should not be compatible. The radiating feature isn't in the core guide. That's the problem, chat. It says not compatible with the radiating feature, but the radiating feature doesn't exist yet. However, the radiating feature will exist on artifacts. Oh, I'm so dumb. But radiating allowed it to affect a radius. But because Spelltech can do that innately, they are not compatible with each other. It was seeing the future. I don't think that we remove that, Rain. I mean, it's actually really nice. Because, like, it does preemptively know that you shouldn't be able to use the radiating feature on it. It's a little bit weird. And it doesn't break anything.
Disagree.
It doesn't... Hey, guys, what is the radiating feature? Someone with the base book? Yeah. It was seeing the future. I could see it. I could see it staying, personally. I don't really care either way. You can write it down if you want. Or probably at least write it down. We have a conversation about it later. There's another thing I would like to add. So Spellforce is here. Spellforce can now cast perpetual spells. Spellforce can cast... Oh, shit. Spellforce can cast ritual spells, actually. We do not want it to be able to cast ritual spells, I don't think. So, do we enable Ritual in Spellforce? Do we make Ritual plausible? Could you choose to shoot as an altar? You can have maximum X charges. You can use altars currently with this. No, that wouldn't make sense. No, I do not think we added to this. Because the artifact can already take that long. Ritual already has kind of a weird Crux event.
At the dog streamer, sorry, was away cleaning the plate of burger.
Must be chosen after cannot be changed. And cannot have features that would modify the casting time. Okay. So that is the only thing from Ritual that has to be removed. Chant and Seance do not work on a Spellforce artifact, because if you add these to a Spellforce, then it takes, let's say, 6 turn actions to activate, but then it takes 1 minute to cast. And one of two things happens. Either you tack on that extra minute for literally a 50% discount for a 2-minute cast, or you just ignore this and you get half the cost for free. Oh yeah, that was another question. Does Spellforce require that the creature crafting it is able to cast that spell? Because that adds a little bit of a funny spin on things, in my opinion. You know, there's actually a funny little thing I wanted to add real quick. I wanted to...
French style. I think no, because it's not magic flavor-wise, it's technology. Okay,
understandable. This is something that I wanted to add. This is something that I wanted to add to structures, because this is a question that popped up. This is kind of a niche... This is kind of a niche interaction, but I thought it was an important one, so I'm going to add it. If a creature magic uses a spell to summon components... It may summon those components into a structure given it's able to craft it normally. And the same thing for a vehicle. So before, there was no actual way to summon components into a structure vehicle because it clarifies items. This clause right here will make it so that casters that use Magi Matter will now be able to summon structures. And that does mean it only takes 3 turn actions as well. And creatures will be the same way. You can summon a Telemetry creature into existence. Cool. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget that. So, if you are a craft summoner, so essentially an artisan, you are able to summon things from Magi Matter. Caster imbuing it and handing it to someone else. Wait, what's that? Why would a caster pay more and do a slower time to cast a spell through an item that didn't feel like a good move at all? Yeah, no, I don't think this is generally... Oh, I understand. No, I get what you're saying. If you had to know the spell to craft it, they're just always going to build what is generally a worst version for themselves. If you had to know the spell in order to do it, it would make it basically like a commission only item. Hey, what's up, Ashton? Welcome to YouTube. How's it going? It would basically make it a commission only item because if you're able to craft it, you would never need it. Essentially. Oh, yeah, Ashton says, wait, this is YouTube chat, 1 sec. Goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye forever. Okay. Oh goodness, there's something else I was gonna add. I forgot what I was gonna say about Spellforce. Spellforce, I think, immediately is a... I think Spellforce is already a very useful addition to this game. I think already this is pretty solid right here. Goodness, there was something... Oh, I remember. I wanted to add a passive feature. This is a very powerful passive feature. But I do think this is useful. So a problem with Spellforce is that there are a lot of instances, Spellforce and Spelltech, there's a lot of instances where you are required to make a will test. There should be an ability that you can tack on, in my opinion. Let's say it's like 40 RP because it's quite niche. We'll call it... I'm gonna call it Tinkerbell. For right now. That sounds like Tinkerbell. Yeah, fuck it. We'll fix it later. And this is something that would require Spelltech. Or Spellforce feature. And the goal with this is basically you choose a trait. Let's say will. It's probably more often than not going to be will. And it says that if this item would cast a spell using the Spelltech or Spellforce feature, instead of making a will test, you can choose to make, say, an intellect test. We're going to make this 50. This is pretty powerful. Where's the item ability where it just launches people and isn't a dumbass spell tech? I believe we have one. There was a push ability, wasn't there? Is it only on weapons? It might only be on weapons. Is it on weapons? Hold on, let me see. I could have sworn that we had that. Did we not fill out Throne at all? Yeah, Throne completely did not get... we should probably fill that out as well. But do we not have a push ability? Oh, Gust, that's what it is.
At the dock, streamer can near be sure around these guys. Their claws would either destroy the walls or topple the whole thing.
Gust is the one. Gust being 10 RP is kind of whack. That's a lot of RP. I guess on a slow weapon it kind of makes sense, but it also kind of doesn't. I feel like Gust should be 5 RP, personally. Especially because it's stackable. It takes up a shit ton of stacks. Yeah, no, I don't think it costs more than 5 RP. It should cost more on fast weapons. Yeah, like I could see it costing 10 on fast weapons and probably 8 on moderate because you get more Gust out of... Oh, never mind. It costs an additional turn action. That's why. It completely... Yeah, no, it can be 5. Yeah, because it takes 2 turn actions to do this. So you're kind of losing a lot of your luster by just using the Gust ability. Fast range weapons just launching. Meter directly away from you. I do think that gusting is powerful. I will say that gusting can be quite powerful, but I think that it was also kind of necessary. There we go. We do have to flesh out the Throne feature, but we do have a Gust ability. I do think that Gust could probably be added to artifacts. If it was on artifacts, I feel like they would have some really interesting side effects, depending on how it's worded. Let's do it like this. Can we put this in an activated? Creatures dealt damage by this artifact must make a fortitude test against damage dealt by. Each affected creature is pushed an additional meter away. I realize now that I have to go back to weapons because it's not you. Weapons don't talk in second person. Away from the user is the correct way to say that. Semantics, chat, semantics. Now, to be fair, this artifact Gust is a little bit different because it doesn't require an additional turn action. Make Mecha an AG1? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Upon activation, the user may spend an additional turn action. Upon doing so, creatures dealt damage by this artifact's action must make a fortitude test against the damage dealt. Upon failing, each affected creature is pushed an additional meter away from the user. Plated, you can make mecha, but you can also make a vehicle that's a mecha. You could literally make a power bodysuit that is a vehicle.
RP is a crazy high value Ori.
High value? Like you mean that's expensive? 10 RP on Gust? I mean, that's what it was on... Oh, this is an activated feature. This is an activated feature. This needs to go in passive. Yeah, we don't want that to be multiplied. Whoopsies. I understand. No, yeah, good catch, good catch. I forgot it gets multiplied. Oh, you know what? It could go in the spot where, I don't know if this is going to be really easy to explain in the AG. Yeah, this is what it should say. It should be similar to command trigger. But it's also, okay, it's also stackable. So it's the same as unwieldy. We'll go. Oh. Plus an RP per activation modified. Added after multipliers. And I think that's it. That's kind of the long and the short of it right there. Okay. I think that's good. I think that kind of fits it. Okay. I think that does give us the gust ability. Tinkervale I still would like to do. Tinkervale I would still like to do. Okay. What's that? I was trying to find some option for vehicle. So I got multiple people operating weapons for it. Yes. So the way that you would do that with vehicles is with the mounted feature. Yes. So mounted feature allows you to attach an artifact to it. Artifacts are wonderful at dealing damage, and artifacts, if given the destructive feature, are considered a weapon and do observe weapon-based abilities. So like, for instance, if you have hasty attacks that says that you can reduce the amount of turn actions required to attack with a weapon, it works on an artifact that deals damage, given it has the destructive feature. There is a world where we're going to add more. Like, there's honestly a world where we add structures to it, where you can mount a structure on a vehicle, but I'm a little bit scared of that, chat. I'm a little scared. I don't know. I don't want to. I think the simple way to do it is just let's call it Cityscape. I think just something like this. It literally costs, you have to build the entire structure on top of it. Oh, you know what? You know what? No. No, there's an easier way to do this. There's an easier way to do this.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby,
Crafting is sweeping spellcraft for additions right now. Oh, absolutely it is. Yes, I agree. Which is kind of unfortunate. Magecraft pretty much only got ritual, whereas Tinkering got creatures, and creatures is kind of a spellcraft and a tinkering ability, because it's something, it goes into the school of craft, but Telemetry is something that is going to be what I assume to be heavily utilized by necromancers. I'm gonna put creatures under the kind of both category. Other than that, tinkering got structures and vehicles, which, to be fair, are kind of the same thing with a different paint of coding.
Camps.
No, I disagree. To be fair, structures and vehicles are kind of the same functionality with a different coat of paint. But items also got a ton of extra features. Arcana got a few extra features, and they got Ritual. It's definitely heavier on the tinkering side, I will say. But that's mostly Rix's fault. I say, using Scapegoat. So, there's a really weird problem that I have. And that is, partially, when it comes to, I know I'm side questing a little bit, but this is something that popped up and I really want to make sure this is added. What does it say? Who can use mounted artifacts? Anybody can. If it's the same utilization of the artifact. So like for instance, if it requires one hand to activate the artifact that you choose, then it requires the creature. It just requires a creature be touching it, putting one hand on it to activate it. Except for structure/vehicles, we just need more basic features. I agree with that. I can agree with that. So when it comes to something like mounted, right? In my opinion, the mounted feature on structures really shouldn't have a maximum number of cells. You should be able to just build bigger and bigger structures. However, this is kind of tough because if I say RP, like that the RP increases by the number of cells, right? Then it's kind of just like building the artifact 26 times, except it's one artifact. And realistically, all you're getting is an RP discount.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried
Oh, I already did this.
one look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my
This is gonna go poorly, I think. Yeah. I think I can agree with that. Mounted not having a maximum is really, really scary. But I think that's kind of the nature of structures. I think that if anything was ever going to not have a maximum on the amount of shit that you can just tack on to the end of it, it's a fucking skyscraper. I kind of had a problem with structures being limited in how big you can make them or how many features you can tack on to the end of them. It just doesn't make sense, right? You're building a building. No, it doesn't end at any point. It does get very complicated, I will say. It should get complicated, and I could see a compound interest that's paid in just making it bigger and bigger. Like, for instance, 15 times X. Yeah, no, that's actually a pretty hefty bill. That's a pretty hefty bill to pay, I would say. It does cost a lot to make these bigger, I would say. It really isn't super valuable to add mounted to something unless it's a relatively high rarity. It has to be an exceptionally high rarity, I would say. I don't know. I'm a little scared of that, and I would need to see some mounted buildings constructed to explain whether or not I feel like it's insanely broken. Now for this thing. pedals is we don't really have a good way to tell how much we don't have a good way to tell how much like a vehicle can store per se. But like I don't want a vehicle to be like 4 cells worth of like engine and motor and then like 100 cells of mounted. Otherwise I wouldn't be capping how many mounted cells you could have. But oh goodness. I almost think it should be worse. Like, I think it should be more expensive on vehicles. Is mounted more expensive on vehicles? I think it's the same cost, but in different fashions. Yeah, like it costs more refinement RP, it costs middle power RP, and it costs the least material RP, unlike a structure. More expensive on vehicles makes sense. I would think so, yeah. Okay. I don't know how we do Cityscape. Cityscape is kind of a... Actually, you know what? Oh god, this is so roundabout. This is super roundabout if I do that. No, I don't think so. I don't think we do that. I was going to say... This is tough. This is so hard for me to, like, rasterize in my mind. Battering ram is also not a complex structure ability. I just want to say. I think that this is moderate at best. Yes, you put a funny thingy at the end of the vehicle. Very complicated. I think that's basic at best. Yeah. If you can put an engine on it, you can put a big old fucking horn on the front. Ominously manifest from a bunch of goo dripping off the ceiling. Hi, Ori. Hi. Sorry, I'm landing running session. Almost killed it. Beloved NPC. What did I miss? Hi. Some fuck assery. I am sad to say, Dino, that mounted is no longer limited in the number of cells you can add. Oops, broke the game. There's also now an ability called Spell Force. Which allows you to do spell attack at a quarter of the cost, allows you to use perpetual, allows you to use ritual, but the person using the artifact has to pay the cost of it. Doesn't need to know the spells, doesn't need to have the spell cap for it, but does have to pay the cost of it. Or you're fucked. Oh, I'm aware. I did up the cost quite greatly, and the cost does also scale with the number of cells that you add to it. Oh, Dino seems to be having some big feelings about this. Become more expensive on vehicles than structures. I think it is going to be. I think that at the end of the day, it should just cost more for vehicles, because it's one thing to have it's one thing to have a rail mounted obliteration cannon. It's another thing to have one on wheels.
At Diamond the Dino plushie Dunnel prize.
I will show you Spell Force here in just a second. I have to build Cityscape first.
Tanks vs turrets.
Oh, can we make this? Is that a way that we can make this multiplicatively we had 2, how fast is this? How exponential is this? Oh my goodness, hold on.
Do we have any talents or kits that let you do more damage to structures?
Yes. That has been, there are kits, there's in the core guide actually, there's Shipwrecker, there is Study of Impact, Studious something Impact one, that deals double damage to structures, and there's a handful of other ways. I could see some more stuff. Even in Evocation, I think that Evocation should get some structure and vehicle destruction. Oh hey, congrats on 10 minutes, Moonch. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, so if this was 2, okay, so at 1 cell, this costs 5 RP. At 2 cells, this costs 10 RP per cell. Then it costs 15 RP per cell.
Gambling.
This is good.
Oh, dang it.
This is good. This is actually... Oh, this is so fucking expensive. This gets so expensive so fast. Oh, I adore this. Oh, this is really mean.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever come.
Yes. No, I agree with this.
Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come on.
Oh yeah, nope, that's mean. That's mean as fuck. Okay. For the nerds, if you like the nerd math shit,
Play it safe. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed.
this makes it so that it is still infinite number of cells for mounted. However, it gets multiplicatively more expensive. Oh, thank you for the cat ears. Timer? Moonchi timer? Let's go.
Tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw
That would be 600? Yes. Okay, so this, what it now states, I'm almost done with structures and vehicles. I know I'm staying on this for a long time. I apologize. So 3 would be 3 plus 6 plus 9.
Maybe make a task force to specifically deal with the cat people threat.
Kind of. Okay, so let's say that we make a structure artifact. So it's an artifact, but it's a mounted artifact, which means it's actually a structure. 1 cell. Let me go back a second. The reason why this is a problem. Here are the issues that we are contending with. The reason why any number of cells is so powerful is because the more cells you add, the lower rarity of components you can use. Because let's say that we have an artifact that costs 100 RP. If I make an artifact that's 10 cells wide, so 10 meters long, and I use that 100 RP artifact for this entire structure, I can instead basically make 10 RP per cell, which means I can make this 100 RP item out of only crude components. So what this does is it makes it really expensive to do that, because now it costs 5 times X, or 5 times the number of cells, so in this case 50, per cell. So now, if you want to make a 100 RP artifact over 10 meters, it costs 60 RP per cell, which makes a lot more sense. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still expensive, but you can drop down to extraordinary components, for instance, rather than rare. It's cheaper. It is cheaper to make it 10 meters long, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't allow you to exploit the living shit out of it by just making a 100-meter artifact that just blows up the sun out of rocks, and only rocks. I feel very content so far. I mean, again, I need to calculate this. There needs to be calculations to this, but I feel very content off the bat with this. These implements can just be destroyed? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You can just break them. However, usually an extreme exploit comes in the form, Usually an exploit comes in the form of a one-time effect that you only need to use once. You know what I mean? So like an example of this is, what if you're not doing it offensively? I mean, one of the things that an artifact has is Intensify. You can make a building that just gives you like plus 100 strength only when you walk inside. That is a way that you can use a mounted feature. You know what I mean? You can do that with vehicles too. You can add this mounted feature that literally just increases your power by 100 up to its maximum only when you're touching the building.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, oh, where does it say this?
So this is just an example of like, I mean, yes, it's only up to your maximum, but you could also do that on all 12 subtraits and just cap out all of your subtraits when you walk into this building. It is excessively powerful, the number of things you can do. And although, you know, you can't take it anywhere because this is a structure built into the ground, you can still utilize those abilities that you have right then and there. Right then and there. And that's how exploits come. With a permanent wake? Yeah, but you need a spell cap for that. That costs a DHP. You know, that can kill you. This doesn't. This is something that you can just convert raw time into a structure that gives you infinity. Because you don't need any special abilities for this. You have to be able to forge. I mean, obviously, you have to be able to build advanced structures. But all you have to be able to do is forage. If you have infinite time, if you have a lot of time, you can get any rarity of component. And it just converts components into power. That is a very, very tight pipeline. That is a very easy to access pipeline.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, okay, minimize, that's fine, but
spell casting requires that you basically turn your entire character into a spellcaster. Spellcasting wants you to funnel everything into just spellcasting. Radiating does that too? I mean, sure. But the point is that you can make this. You can make a mounted structure with only crude items. I'm okay with you being able to cap out all of your subtraits. It just should not only cost crude components, which is how mounted would be if not done carefully, is what I was trying to say.
Glory to the revolution.
I think that Cityscape is probably going to be somewhere in the world of this.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this.
Okay, so now there is an ability on vehicles called Cityscape that allows you to attach structures to your vehicles. Alright, does the one medical plus awkward plus a dose infinite still work, or does scrap RP become a thing, where all
At
items
Diamond
jump to a
the
minimum
Dino
amount of
plushie,
positive
whatever
RP?
negative you have becomes positive, I think, J.
Correct, yes. If an item has negative
putting a house
RP,
on the
it
dune
turns
buggy.
positive. Welcome to turn. But then I have to leave in an hour and 20 minutes. Ooh, that's kind of awkward. Are you going to be gone for the rest of the stream, or is that you're going to return again? I'm putting a house on the dune buggy. Correct, yes. If it is 0, yes, that is the problem. If it stays at 0, it is technically the only thing preventing it from going up in rarities is the stack limit. Which, to be fair, is why the stack limit was introduced. Ada, ada. Just make it jump to 1. 0, I believe it stated that an item cannot go below 1 RP. That or it can't go below 1 silver, which 1 silver would not be helpful to us right now. Let's see here.
Let's spend the
has a minimum RP of 1. Yes, okay, there's a minimum RP of 1. Wouldn't expanding a design decrease the independent strength, not increasing it? Like it takes less firepower to destroy a tank than an equivalent amount of iron? I don't think I understand what you're referencing here. Oh, yes. Okay. So we can now build cities on top of our vehicles. So we can now build cities on wheels. We can also build cities on ships. We've done that, and now I have to move over to artifacts so we can talk about Spell Force. So Spell Force's ability says the user casts a spell costing double X stamina, which means that X is the activated feature cost. You get twice as much stamina for that. So you're, instead of paying 2X for 1 stamina, you're paying 1 for 2 stamina. So it's a quarter of the cost of spell tech. To double X stamina, SHP, or DHP combined. So this does check for SHP costs, and it does check for DHP costs if utilizing either of those using this artifact. So you can use a perpetual spell. A specific spell must be chosen upon crafting per instance. The feature cannot be changed and cannot have features that would modify the casting time. So this prevents chant and seance. You can still use ritual. You just cannot use chant or seance. Because those two state that it has to be a minute casting time or an hour casting time.
I would expect it to take more materials to make a small thing individually than a small thing that fits into something bigger.
Let's take more materials to make a small thing individually than a small thing that fits into something bigger. I don't know if my brain's just fried, but it's not computing with me, London. Dragonic, thank you so much for the nice snack. I will grab that here in just a bit. Can I build a spaceship on a city, on a boat, on an underwater city? Technically, yes. Structures can innately hold vehicles, and you can build a structure on a vehicle. So you can make, for instance, which sounds kind of similar, you can make a, oh god, what are they called? Air carriers? Carrier ships? Whatever they're called. Just the giant ships that have a base on them, and that base you can use to land a plane on them. Or I don't know if you saw, but I'll be gone for the rest of the stream after I leave. Okay, rest of the stream.
Aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier, thank you. I was close. That makes it really awkward, Donut. I think that kind of breaks the time limitation that I had, unfortunately. We can also build cities on ships, and I wonder why you would say that. Always more. Oh, hi, Sky. Hello. How's it going? Multiple people almost died, or more accurately, did die in session day. Fuck. Oh, God. Or the Batmobile. Spell Force? Yes. So, explaining Spell Force real quick. So you cast a spell. This costs a quarter of the cost of spell tech. It can cost SHP, it can cost DHP, and it can cost stamina, which means this does observe perpetual, it does observe ritual.
Also, Spell Force is hacked. I'm a little obsessed. Also, does this count as actually a soul, or is it under the same ruling as spell tech regarding dispel and such?
Same ruling as spell tech, so it cannot be dispelled. It is not actually a spell. You cannot Sage Slayer this. You cannot Mage Fighter this. It is not actually a spell. Same ruling as spell tech. You cannot have features that would modify the casting time. So no chant, no seance from ritual. However, you can use altars from ritual. So just like the olden times, you can use ritual altars. You just cannot use chant or seance, which are the ones that say it takes a minute or it takes an hour to cast. The activation of this feature is not considered casting a spell, though all costs must be paid by the user. This is the big one. All costs must be paid by the user. Costs paid this way do not receive spell discounts. Regardless of the spell, the artifact is treated as the origin of the spell and the user is treated as the caster. A creature does not need to know any of the arcane arts to use this feature. A creature does not need to know any arcane arts to use this feature. It ignores your spell cap. It ignores what arts you know. You can put any spell on it, but you do have to pay the cost of the spell. This can be perpetual. This is my gun that shoots cathedrals. Can you build it on a boat? Can you build it with a coat? Can you build it on a plane? Can you build it out of vein? Thank you, Dr. London. Seuss. Someone mixed
So
Seuss and London in a funny way.
Ori, you still gonna look at it even if I'm not here? I don't mind too much. I can watch the VOD.
I would rather you be here, Donut. Are you going to be available next week? It's cheaper spell tech, so I'm happy. It is substantially cheaper spell tech,
It's
and it's a
cheaper
spell tech.
so I'm happy.
It's a cheaper spell
I can
tech
make spell
that
tech
can
bullets actually viable now.
that can also utilize component cost, which means that you can make a spell force that actually heals DHP now. You couldn't do that before. You can make a spell force item that uses transmutation. Couldn't do that before. You can make a spell permanent. Couldn't do that before. This activates a lot of capabilities. What was the question, Galaxy? Can you send it again? There is one more thing I want to add in way of this, and Dino, eat your heart out. Spelltech bullets are unviable because guns only get one specific type of ammo. That is true.
How does elegant / extravagant work
wait,
with elemental?
hold on. I don't understand the problem. How does elegant extravagant work with elemental? Let me read. Let me check. I have a feeling I know the answer to this. The weapon deals an additional amount of damage for a damage type it would normally deal, chosen upon crafting. So the way that extravagant and elegant work is that they're not stackable. So you can only do this once, but you need to choose a damage type. So like, let's say I choose energy. Elemental will deal a random type of damage between energy, heat, and chill. If it deals energy, I will get my elegant bonus. If it deals heat or chill, I will not. So you pick a damage type for elegant and extravagant. You cannot take both of them because they are not compatible with each other, and you can only take it once. So you can only get this boon on one damage type total on a weapon. That's another downside to Elemental, which is good. Elemental should have downsides. It should be somewhat encumbering.
That's so funny.
Like, you can't have arrows and scry arrows and fire arrows. That...
At Ashton PYR sure thing.
Is that true, actually? Practical usage is 2 TP rather than 3 in AG1? What do you mean? Yes, I'm Dr. London Seuss, famous child's author and political cartoonist. Oh, but of course. That's not how that was intended to work, Dino. I believe you, but that's actually not how that was intended. I think that is probably... I'm thinking about it right now. This weapon requires and consumes a single piece of specific type of ammunition. Equipped to use back or waist slot in order to use... Yep. Okay. Huh, armed is a lot less powerful than I thought it was, actually. It was originally intended that, like, for instance, if I were to... I mean, there's no way to know, so it'd be just kind of... No, you're right. That's so funny, actually. The idea was that, like, lightning arrows could replace any arrow, but they can't. If you have a weapon that fires lightning arrows, it needs to fire only lightning arrows and can no longer fire normal arrows. Oopsies. Wow, okay, no, that actually helps a lot when it comes to... Oh, wow. Well, time to put that in the minis guide, yeah. Look at a Halfling's Fairy. They only cost 2 talent points. For the core guide, it's 3 talent points. Oh, practical usage. I understand. Okay, that's a talent. For a second, I thought that was a law ability, and I'm like, what? Talents, practical usage, and you said that's 3 talent points. What does practical usage do? I don't remember. Oh, that's right. When you regain SHP, SCP, stamina, SHP, or DHP from an item, you're gained twice as much instead. Why is that 3 talent points? No, that's actually pretty fucking powerful. I'll be honest. Is that viable? Okay, chat, hold on. I'm gonna tell you a quick funny goofy, right? I'm gonna tell you a quick silly goofy. We're gonna work on Tinkered Veil. Because I think people are gonna really like this. But I've got a side quest in my head. I have to talk about it. I'm sorry. So practical usage states, and I'm gonna fix the halfling as well. Practical usage says when you regain stamina, SHP, or DHP from an item, you regain twice as much instead. Let's assume there's an overheal function. Let's assume that you can overheal, you get temp HP, right? That means that homemade, the one that gives you the effects of a rest, you would get double that much. So if you're missing 100 SHP and you drink a homemade potion, you would regain 100 SHP, which is up to max. And then you would regain 100 additional SHP because of practical usage. So if you get THP, you would get 100 THP from a homemade potion, which is fucking bonkers. Okay, let's go fix halflings.
Doesn't work, because rest states a specified amount.
Does it? Okay, I would normally agree with you, but it says when you regain stamina, SHP, or DHP from an item. So, as long as that rest function is coming from the item and you are gaining stamina from the item, quote unquote, then practical usage would observe it. Yeah. The way that practical usage specifically is worded makes it very omnipotent. At least in this specific genre of bullshittery. How do I tell someone that I won't play with them anymore because they're a racist? I'm so sorry. I don't think that's funny, but the way that you said that was wild. Oh, goodness. I won't be able to watch stream next Sunday, unfortunately. Oh, that's poopy. That's unfortunate, don't it? Tempt stamina win? Don't tempt me, chat. Don't tempt me. Spellcasters. You guys were talking about how spellcasters need a boon. I mean. Anyways. We'll find a time. We should find a time, don't it? I really would rather you be here,
Still
personally.
beholden to overheal limits, but that's saucy.
It's a bit saucy. Which halfling gets it?
That's very funny, but
Practically-
overheal requires a lot of levels.
Man, fairies are kind of fucked. Fairies are expensive, dude. Holy shit. Whack. Imagine playing a shapeshifter. Funny, but overheal requires a lot of levels. Oh, is there is an overheal, isn't there? The amount of temporary hit points. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have to pay per level. If you would force a creature to regain SHP while they are at their maximum, the additional healing is converted to temporary hit points. So if you did this to a cyborg that had practical usage, or to a
Also,
fairy
I heard
that had
rumors
practical
of you
usage,
killing pedagogy.
Chungle.
I assume because someone did a silly.
Someone hasn't done a silly, but I think that it's kind of overstepping a boundary in my opinion. And this is a personal game development philosophy for me. And this was my personal gripe with it in the beginning. And I kind of just came back to it and I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't think. This is practical usage, but it's tripled instead and it stacks. I'm sorry. So you can 6x. You can 6x this, chat. You can literally 6x this. There's an Among Gods talent I need to show you guys at some point. Remind me. Anyways. Yes. That ability that I refuse to pronounce, chat, is
Note
the
to
one that we were
self,
talking about earlier.
Restoration rocks.
That is the feature that we were talking about earlier.
Preservation.
That
The
says
thing on my medic.
that says what's it called? Oh, for the potion's duration or for the consumables duration, you gain the effects of a talent up to a certain number of talent points. It's going to be nigh impossible to balance that. Artifice, as powerful and as versatile as it is, exists within Artifice. Obviously, you can
Would
use
it work
Spell Tech
with
and Spell
regaining
Force.
max DHP?
Max DHP? How would you lose your max DHP? When it comes to Artifice, it is very powerful, it's extremely versatile, but it exists within its own vacuum. Artifice really only interacts with Artifice in most instances. Obviously, they can modify things like subtraits and yada yada, and there's a lot of ways that it obviously interacts with the game, weapons, so on and so on. That's the nature of Artifice. But you only have to balance it against the other Artifice features in the assumption that in order to use it to best use it or to most intensely use it, you need to be deeper and deeper into Artifice itself. To tack on the ability to add talents for a certain number of RP, which it converts back into just a certain number of components, which just converts into a high enough awareness score and enough time spent That's not good. It's going to be insanely difficult to balance. I know that it's on a limited time frame because you have to use a prolonged feature and so on and so on. But it's so excessively exploitable and it is so not future-proofed. What happens when we add Among God talents? You know what I mean? What happens when there's a 12... Okay, actually, since we're talking about it now, let me jump into Among Gods real quick and I will explain to you. I'll explain a handful of reasons why this would get absolutely fucking insane. So here's the Cataclysm tree, which is the upgraded warfare tree. Your body remains in stasis as long as your DHB is greater than 4 times your negative maximum. That's an example of one. Melee attacks you make cost 1 less turn action. Period. That's it. That's all. Range attacks you make do not require a test for accuracy. Period. Doesn't matter what kind of attack it is. Range attacks deal double damage. Actually, this one checks for the Daemon Specialist talent, so that one doesn't really work. And same with Earthbreaker, but... you pay stamina to just get extra turn actions point blank. There are a lot of ways to finesse this shit out of a consumable like that. And as more stuff comes out, especially vertical expansions, it's just gonna be so fucking powerful. 1 less, no minimum. I believe it's minimum. I believe it's min 1. Minimum cost of 1. Yes, correct. Min cost of 1. Like I said, I think pedagogy? Oh, God, I have to look it up now.
Pedagogy.
Pedagogy. That's what I said the first time. Wink. Okay, I'm gonna finally add this silly little spell tech ability, this little spell tech addition that I've been talking about for like 26 billion years. That's what the internet says. That is actually, I think is that Webster? That's from Oxford. The internet is lying.
Pedagogy.
That's the Oxford pedagogy. I skip grades for phonics? Oh, okay. I mean, is this the correct API? Not API, what's it called? EPI? I forget what the phonetic symbols are called. But if that is what this says, right? That's pedagogy. IPA, thank you. That's what it's called. The IPA says J, not G. That's also assuming that you're using this Oxford. Oh, Hazel, what's up? Thank you so much for the show, Dove. Yeah, I still have to grab a snack too. You know, let me go and come back, chat. And we will definitely work on this spell thing that I was talking about earlier, and we won't get sidetracked again. Piper. Yo, what's up, Jelly Bean? Oh my god, dude, the effect's been 45. It's been 45 minutes. What do you mean, Rain? I don't know what you're talking about. I've always heard it pronounced like the Google version. Interesting. It's going to drive you mad? Wonderful. Just the way we like our voltaics. Absolutely insane. Oh, Piper dropped her treat. She's gone now. Hi, Hazel. Thank you so much. How are you doing? I got some juice for my snack. I fucking love this juice, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna do Tinkered Veil. Dino, I want you to see this because I think you're gonna like this. I need to Whenever upon crafting, a trait is chosen as well as a replacement trait. Whenever a spell simulated by the spell tech or spell force feature would require a test using the chosen trait, the replacement trait is utilized instead. Require a test or from the user using the chosen trait. The replacement trait is used instead. So, I think the most obvious use of this is you change will to intellect, right? So whenever it says make a will test, no it doesn't. It says make an intellect test. This yes, you
British
can use
English. The correct English is how I pronounce it, Gogi. American English uses Goji.
Gotcha. That makes sense. British English is correct English? Listen, I'm not saying American English is correct. I'm just saying that British people are wrong. That's all I'm trying to say here. Tinkered Veil is something that I think has been kind of necessary. I hate the use. No, stop it, Volt. Those are all wrong. Using intellect for everything yet again? Yes, correct.
Oh my god.
This is something that I felt to be necessary for quite a while now. I feel like Tinkered Veil is a very, very useful ability that is kind of necessary. Spell Tech and Spell Force are both very expensive features to begin with. And requiring that it's always a will test every time, which is something that a Tinker is never going to be good at innately, is so anti-synergistic of what Spell Tech and Spell Force are trying to accomplish, that I feel like this is a necessary ability. Given 50 RP is kind of a fuck ton. That's kind of a lot. But pronoun spring. I'm crackling like a sparkler right now. I fucking love that. This is an ability that I feel like was necessary. This is something, funny enough, I figured that this needed to be here the moment I tried to build Spider-Man. If I had a nickel for every time I found a British American difference in the Oriverse and the book. Oh no. I'm quite happy with this. I think I'm quite happy with this. This does cover a lot of threads that I wanted it to cover personally. Chat, you know what we could do one of these days? You know what we could do one of these days that I feel like would be kind of interesting and fun to do? Is try building structures. Calculating and building structures to see how it feels and what we're able to manufacture from just being absolutely, just to see what it would take to build these various items. Realizing Spider-Man needs to move with agility. Do we have a specialist for halflings? Yes, we do have a specialist, I believe, for every current species that's fully built. Ancestral Recount, Sexling, Halfling. Spells you cast that use the Art of Illusion cost 10 less stamina to cast, minimum of 0. Use only the Art of Illusion. Traveler versus Traveler, leveling versus leveling, favored versus favored. It's a lot. Lamau.
At Diamond the Dino plushie I didn't know they wear down there.
I actually didn't know the double L's was a difference between Americans and American English and British English. I didn't know that. Tricky cantrips. Suppose you cast that use only illusion cost 10 less. Yep. Alright, Lumen Secklings, Electromancy still needs to change. Oh, that's right. People didn't like the fact that Electromancy was a species talent. That was kind of on purpose. But it seems to be not a big fan of. So for anyone who doesn't know, Pyromancy and Cryomancy are specialist talents in the core guide that state spells you do that deal only heat damage cost 3 less, minimum cost of 1, and same with chill damage spells, same idea. Can you fucking not, dude? I hate this. I have a stupid tab pullout that happens on my monitor. Microsoft, I don't want your stupid news. Goodness me. Electromancy was specifically a species talent, which was meant to be kind of a cheeky, like kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing. People did not like that. People were not a fan of Electromancy being a species talent. I don't get why there was a separation in the first place. It was kind of supposed to be, it's kind of a cheeky thing. It doesn't have any like balance reasoning. I just decided that I felt like it would be like kind of a fun little thing. People did not agree with me. However, electromancy is a weird thing. Okay. If electromancy is not in species...
I agree with you, TBF.
Okay, let me say a couple of things. One of the things that electromancy I feel like makes more sense for when it comes to species is the effects of like an electric eel or like natural damaging effects. It makes energy more common, which it should be. Energy should be the most common non-physical damage. Giving electromancy to species kind of enforces that idea. There's another instance where electromancy can get used, and we're going to talk about that once we get to one of these other species, because one of these species are going to be mean. We have a fuck ass of a species to work on, let me tell you. But yeah, that's one thing. The second thing is that those specialist talents, as Elf would know, suck. They're not good. They are bad specialist talents. They are not worth a specialist talent slot. 3 stamina discount for your specialist talent sucks ass. Making electromancy a specialist talent in the AG is just like flipping a bird to the players, right? It's just a pitfall. Like, if you had a specialist talent for electromancy in the AG, in the content plethora expanse that is the AG, it's just a spike trap. It's just a spike trap for players because it feels thematic, it feels fun, it feels cool, it's dog shit. It's absolute ass. Electromancy being a species talent makes more sense in my opinion. It's easier to access than a specialist talent is, it's quicker, and it makes energy more common. That's my personal opinion about it. What all of the Mancies do, like tricky cantrips, is it turns a certain specific subset of spells into cantrips. What's cool about this is that you can make things like electric eel type characters, or characters that innately have some kind of static discharge, and give them cantrips that shock creatures. Or even sound wave based abilities. Yes, you could absolutely do that with heat and chill abilities as well. Do not get me wrong. I don't know. That's my opinion about it. I didn't get the purpose of Cryomancy and Pyromancy as specialist talents in the first place. Originally, 3 stamina was a lot more. There was a time in Utopia where 3 stamina was a lot. It was also the value of having a minimum 0 cost was heavily inflated. It's not that good. Having a minimum 0 versus a minimum of 1 doesn't really change that much. Don't get me wrong, it has niche use cases. There's very, very few ways to get a 0 cost spell in Utopia. Doesn't make it all that great. You have to play one species in order to use it, but the specialist talents are available to anyone. That is true, but they don't take up a specialist talent slot. Specialist talent slots, okay, let me give you another Among Gods thing that's really funny. So Among Gods, when it comes to creature building, get a lot of really crazy fucking quirks. Positives and negatives. One of the biggest examples of this is a -8 quirk that says, rather than acquiring a specialist talent every 10 levels, you get one every 50 levels.
How many things were 0 and 1 stamina for this to be true?
It's, or use a custom species, correct. 3 stamina was a lot at some point, kind of, yeah. Or at least it was assumed to be a lot. That was before we really knew how spells function in truth, right? Like, we had really only been scraping the top of the barrel in what spellcasting was capable of, so we assumed 3 stamina was a lot. It's not. But I don't want to say that Among Gods is going to shape all of what the AG1 does, but the AG1 does need to be future-proof for something like this. Specialist talents should be and are very valuable in nature. You just don't get that many of them, and they cover a lot of ground. Another example, and this is actually a really important example. If you guys have been following along through the AG, this is on Patreon. I actually posted these 2 on Patreon because this is so important. This right here has become a keystone specialist talent. And this is an example of why specialist talents are so important. So as a lot of you know, the way that the entire thing works, right? The way that this game functions, or this addition functions, I should say. I just closed that, didn't I? Fuck. What's the, is it Control T? Yeah, that's the one.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind.
So I'm gonna open up the proto demo just so that we can take a peek-see at it.
Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games.
Because it should help explain my point here. So if we look at the AG proto demo, you guys, I'm sure a lot of you already know how disciplines work, but this is going to be a great visual reference to explain it better. Or Opera can be the fastest living browser known to man. Who knows? Okay, so let's say that I chose to be a zealot. If I chose to be a zealot, then I'm going to get access to 1 combat study and 1 law study the moment that I take it. Upon taking the first hardline talent, choose a study from the School of Combat and a study from the School of Law. You may acquire strategies from those studies. So let's say that I chose Resilience, and let's say that I chose Judgment. So I'm a Resilience Judgment Zealot. I cannot access anything from Control, and I cannot access anything from Hunt. I also cannot access anything from Enhancement or Production or anything like that. Now, a lot of people caught on to how encumbering this can be. It can be really difficult because another rule when it comes to disciplines is that you cannot take 2 disciplines at once. So, for instance, if I take that first hardline in the Zealot tree, come on, Enraged, then I lose access to be taking, let's say, Hidden Cognition until I finish the Zealot tree. I cannot take another hardline from another discipline until I take Undying. Once I start Zealot, I can't take any other discipline like Monk or Rogue or anything like that until I've finished my Zealot training, right? So, what these 2 specialist talents do, and again, why I'm saying these are so insanely important, because these are what kind of begin to bridge those gaps. So, where's the specialist talents? Multiclass is the first big one. Multiclass says you may acquire talents from an additional discipline hardline. So now you can take 2 hardlines at the same time. So if I want to be a zealot and I want to be a rogue, I can now be both at the same time at the cost of 1 specialist talent. Multiclass is a specialist talent that will have no
At
further
Galaxy
ability
3004,
at some point.
I like it, but double damage can be pretty intense.
There is a point where multi-class is no longer useful to you, right? If you get 14 disciplines and you finish all their hardlines, multi-class is technically a specialist talent that has no ability anymore. However, we have Prodigy Glemetrus now, so I'm not worried. Self-taught. Self-taught is the big one. This is the big change right here. This is the keystone. Upon taking this talent, choose a discipline. So we're Zealot, let's say we choose Rogue. You may take web talents from that discipline without taking the prerequisite hardline talents. You learn the respective studies given to that discipline. This is a lot. This is very crazy. So we talked about Zealot. So once I'm taking Enrage and I'm taking Defiant, I'm taking Undying, whatever, I have access to these 6 web talents, which is what allows me to take the strategies from Combat and Law. However, with self-taught, I can go to Rogue, and I can ignore this hardline. I cannot spend the 12 levels required to take this Rogue hardline, but I now know a study from the School of Cunning and from the School of Affinity, without having to take the Rogue hardline.
At Sherbert_plays that was specifically to buff Ceromancy and Pyromancy.
Another way that you can use this, which is really funny to me, is I can take the Zealot hardline and literally just self-teach myself Gladiator, so I have 3 studies in combat. So, Gladiator normally gets 2 combat studies. I can just say fuck it, and literally just only take the Zealot hardline and just get 2 more combat studies, or 2 more law studies if I just self-teach medic.
Cerealmancy and Pyromancy.
So, yes, these are 2 very, very important specialist talents in the AG now. These are 2 specialist talents that really kind of begin to merge everything back together and make it so that you can really make any character. This was something that was kind of brought up. Ooh, pretty boxes. Hi, Trek! How's it going? Welcome to YouTube. This is something that I felt like was Not that I felt like. This is something that people came to me and they're like, I want to make a character and I want these strategies from Affinity or from Cunning or very commonly from Hunt, because Hunt is a combat strategy or a combat study that is very useful to non-combat characters,
Arcane
right?
Perfection. Spells that you cast that cost 0 stamina ignore half creature's defenses and have a point of disfavor to resist might be better than?
That's interesting. I think that's an AG2 ability. I think that sounds like an AG2 ability. Hey, Marvin. Hey. Hey, congrats on the timer. Okay, bet. Baba is you is hurting me? What? Huh? Congrats on your minute on the timer. Let's go. Island 8, what is going on? I'm confused. May I propose a fucked up workaround for making Electro a spec and also buffing all 3 of the Evo specs? I'm scared. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I really like it being a species talent. I personally am very much a fan of it being a species talent, but throw it out there. Hit me with it. I'm gonna be honest. Another issue that we have is that the AG has a lot of fucking specialist talents. Specialist talent bloat is really huge in the AG right now. And I kind of want to be careful, a little bit careful with how we handle this. Because there are, for just school specialist talents, starting from the study and the prodigy, so not even including these ones. So there's 6 here, and then there's 72 specialist talents, all dedicated to specific studies in the AG. That's a lot of fucking specialist talents, and that's only for those ones. There's also 15 for the various disciplines. There's also 1 for every species, and there's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 basic specialist talents. We have a lot of fucking specialist talents in this game. Don't get me wrong. It's good to have a lot, but specialist talents are always something that are very difficult to approach for a new player, right? I mean, not to say that the AG is a super new player-friendly experience, but that is to say that specialist talents are something that offer a lot of shelf shock. So, I think that we're kind of a little bit bloated on specialist talents at the moment, I guess what I'm trying to say. So, I want to be careful adding a ton of specialist talents. 2 things which are both you and open because I only have 1 and what? Poor Electromancy? Poor Electromancy indeed. We can't just get rid of it and replace it with something else.
For buffing the Mancy stuff.
You think we just don't need it? Really? I feel like it's such a cute ability. I don't know. I feel like cantrips are really are such a neat ability when it comes to these types of things. Like, it's not insanely powerful, but it's neat. Grand Evoker must have the Pyromancy, Cryomancy, or Electromancy specialist talent. The cost threshold of Pyromancy, Cryomancy, and Electromancy specialist talents increased by 9. You may take the specialist talent multiple times. Wow, that's a lot. I can see that. I think one of the problems is that is a super, that's a relatively, hyper-specific specialist talent. That the AG just doesn't really have super hyper-specific specialist talents that don't deal with a discipline or a school right now. I could see it, but we're basically adding another category to specialist talents if we add that. I enjoy Ori having no fucking idea what I'm talking about because he apparently has never seen this game. I know what I want him to play next. Fuck. I don't remember clearing that level. It must have been rough. What are you talking about? No, I like it. Like I said, specialist talents are kind of in a rough spot right now. Specialist talents, I think, are the toughest thing to kind of get correct. So it just feels weird to have them be separated, but I do think it's cute. I think it's understandably weird to have them separated. No, I agree. I think it's weird to have them separated. I think on a balance scale and for thematic purposes, I think it makes sense. But I think at a surface level, it's kind of like, why? Why are they in different spots? Why'd you move them like that?
You could make a talent that makes casting a spell that makes a stamina cost 0, then the spell cost 2 turn actions.
Okay, the AG1 doesn't have super specific talents. Okay, hey, listen, okay. Specialist talents, specifically, that do not deal with disciplines, species, or schools. The AG is literally specialized talents, the game. But specialist talents specifically are kind of in an awkward spot right now. Because we have all of those hyper-specific options, and then we have basic, which have basically no prerequisites whatsoever. So requiring 2 specific specialist talents from the core guide or a species talent from this guide is cool, but it'll be the most specific specialist talent in this so far, which in my opinion would beg it to have its own category of specialist talents. Like, I don't know what else to call it, specialized specialist talents, which obviously would not be its name. But let's say we have a category called specialized specialist talents, or occult specialist talents, like the core guide has, or arcane specialist talents, like they're called. And then we have fabrication specialist talents, things like that. I can see a world where we do that. I'm just saying, it's a lot of fucking specialist talents, dude. It's a lot of specialist talents. Just a bit like possibly GURPS. God damn it, London. Yes, we're just remaking GURPS. How do you guys know? This is actually the manuscript for GURPS. Did you guys not know that? There aren't spec talents that build on spec talents. Ah, yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Okay, let me say, I'm not saying it's impossible. We could end up doing it anyways. We could add the arcane and the fabrication specialist talents at the end of the day. I'm just saying that we do have over 100 right now. And in a world where we need another category, I say we add another category. But I think there would need to be a list of applicable specialist talents rather than just like onesie twosies. You know what I mean? We want to build a category and fill it with substance, not take a thing of substance and build a category around it. Because that incentivizes, I guess, empty calorie content is what I'll call it. You know what I mean? Because you build this one substantial object and you create a category around it. This category creates a vacuum and you have to fill it with shit. You know what I mean? I've watched people play the game. It's fucking ass water. No, this game is not GURPS. That's one thing that when people tell me that Utopia is GURPS, I assume they've either never played GURPS or they've never played Utopia. Because I get where you're coming from. They are so insanely different. They are so ridiculously and insanely different. They are not the same. Tell that to the YouTube comments. Yeah. That game is such shit from gameplay standpoint, in my opinion. I get what it's trying to do, and I like it for what it's trying to do. I don't think I'd personally play it. I think I would use it for a non-gameplay standpoint. Like, it feels kind of like a math sim to me, in my opinion. It's less about the gameplay aspect of it, in my opinion, and I think it's just about tracking everything. The goal is to just be as inhumanly aware as possible about everything going on. I'm gonna just go under basic special sounds. You're currently treating all the evocation stuff about the same, so evocation stuff.
I get what it's trying to do, and I hate what it does. Not my cup of oatmeal.
Understandable. Not my bowl of hot cocoa. We don't have an evocation specialist talent. Do we? Yeah, no, every basic specialist talent currently only has the prerequisite of a trait or a subtrait currently. Like I said, I'm okay with having, because the core guide, let me grab the example real quick. The core guide does have fabrication specialist talents and arcane specialist talents. I would be fine with introducing those categories into the AG and adding 6 to 8 additional specialist talents for each of these. However, again, I don't want to build that category around one specialist talent. If there are 5 to 6 reasonable and necessary specialist talents for these categories, I'd be fine with throwing them in there.
Big XP.
I think, yeah, congrats on the big XP. Let's go. However, I think that without that, I could see just other ways of solving the problem or just not working so nichely, I guess. Because, like, okay, let me give another thing. When it comes to pyromancy, cryomancy, electromancy, and stuff like that, why require it when you have abilities that kind of do something very similar without the prerequisite? I think the prerequisite is just kind of encumbering when you have abilities that literally just reduce your heat damage costs and your chill damage costs. Like, you can do cryomancy without cryomancy and it would be more efficient. I guess what I'm trying to say, which is a blunder on my part, chat. Don't get me wrong here. That's my fuck up. I'm chewing on this one. I get that. But having a specialist talent that has all of the prerequisites and has the encumberment of you having to go into another book and look at a really shitty specialist talent that shouldn't have existed in the first place, and then take that specialist talent just so you can take this other specialist talent when you could have just taken place in inspiration. I don't know. I don't think I see it personally. Studied in Prodigy School talents, they're crazy. Play GURPS, all I knew before Utopia was D&D, and Ori showed me Utopia like it was like a sheltered child being introduced to drag. Oh my god, that's so funny. And of it all, like Electra being species talent, it's funny. Yeah, and like I said, I think that Electromancy either is a species talent as kind of like, again, it's kind of an on-the-nose, like, kind of gimmicky thing. It's less of a balanced thing and more of a, from a developer standpoint, just like a funny thing. It's kind of a developer's meme, is what I'll call it. It's a little bit of a developer's meme. It's funny to me. It makes sense on a balance standpoint. It makes less sense on a player standpoint. It's kind of confusing why it would be there, but it's funny to me. But I think it either probably stays as a species talent or it just goes away. It just disappears off the face of the earth, frankly, in my opinion. Or took the gullible from my yellow lean. There was a meme I was talking about. I was trying to come up with satire for all of the roots, and the satire for yellow was the yellow managed to find all 24 instances of the word gullible in between the floorboards and written on the walls, but they still haven't found the one on the ceiling. I'm saying that all the normal talents are basically the same. So it just has the Electromancy being treated differently. At this point, it's rather just not favoring energy without showing that it's favored in more ways than just one. If all of the mage talents do the same thing, but energy is a bit cheaper and some races can use it, it just feels like you're trying to water it down while saying it's more. Interesting. I don't know if I follow completely fully, however, I think I do marginally understand where you're coming from. In the sense that energy, heat, and chill are treated as relatively equal to each other, especially in, like, talents, for instance. You know, honestly, I could see Maelstrom giving 4. It does kind of make Maelstrom feel like it's just doing more in general. Actually, I could see Maelstrom Inspiration being unique in comparison. I'd be fine with that. Anyways, before that, it would not just be making it 4. It would be different than that, but we'll get to that later. Where's the ceiling words, Ori? I'm still looking! But I get what you're saying. I do think that there's niche instances where energy is just more efficient, and it doesn't need to be a ton of instances, in my opinion. It just needs to be enough instances to make energy the slightly better universal defense, right? So, like, not that defense is the only thing that matters, but generally, if you're trying to become immune to something, if you're trying to build defenses around something, and you're like, I need a non-physical damage type, energy is usually the one to go to. That's not to say that it's excessively more common, it's just marginally more common, because it's just generally a more efficient damage type for certain builds. And heat and chill are virtually never that. Psyche is sometimes too. Psyche can be more efficient for very, very specific builds, but that's the whole story unto itself. If energy was more efficient in a general direction and not just a few places, then yes, go for the species talent. Interesting. I understand what you mean. I guess I don't necessarily personally see the correlation in my head, I don't think, but I think I understand where you're coming from. Also, the species talent could just be better. I could see Maelstrom Inspiration getting a slightly better clause here. I think a Maelstrom...
What do you mean?
The specialist talents are dog water, and the species talent is cheap. Don't make it better. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, I understand. I get it. This okay. No, that would be it increasing the already looming gap. I understand. Could Maelstrom be a PowerPoint discount instead of a stamina discount?
At Galaxy 3004 Prolific Pact, Spellbender, Tricky Cantrips, and the 12 Magic School Talents.
Do you think that's too much? We'll leave it for right now. But I do see a world where Maelstrom gets a different style of discount that does not just copy the other two. How does a PP discount change anything? Because it changes the final value of the spell. It's the same thing as like a... Okay, there are a lot of things that state this is not a discount or it ignores discounts. My best example of this is that this gets around Perpetual. Perpetual says that the spell cannot be discounted in any way. Frost, this is a discount. This is a 3 stamina discount, which means you do not receive this boon on Perpetual spells. For this is a PowerPoint discount. This does observe Perpetual. So even if the spell is Perpetual, you still get that 3 stamina discount. It is notably better, yes. However, I could also see it being like a 4 less stamina or a 5 less stamina, as long as they cost like more than blank. Like minimum cost of like 10 or something like that. So it's more designed to incentivize big booming spells that cost some amount of stamina. Something like that. It stacks faster. It stacks 33% faster, but it's a minimum cost of 10. Sharp Sound has an increasing value, but the other two stuck. If that was changed to be reversed, it would also help making energy feel more natural. Making once you breach the threshold, you've done it. I think I'm confused. Sharp Sound. If you would spend over half your spell cap and stamina to cast a spell, or if you don't have a spell cap, the spell ignores immunities to energy damage. Has an increasing value, but the other two are stuck. That was changed to be reversed. Other two? What other two? I don't know what other two mean. Oh, are you talking about the ignore immunities? Ignore heat damage and ignore chill damage? The other two are stuck. If that was changed to be reversed, it would also help make energy feel more natural. I don't. When casting a spell that has a non-damage effect, you may pay an additional 8 stamina to have it ignore chill immunity. So you have to tack on a non-damaging effect, which could be virtually anything, and then you pay 8 extra stamina to ignore immunities. Yes, the immunity ignorance ones. Ignoring ones. One is literally just 8 stamina, and that's it.
Wants you to cash in all your chips though. So OFC it does that? Why not make the spell casting action cost 2 turn actions when casting a spell that stamina cost equals 0?
There's ways to make spells cost 1 already. Anytime that you modify a spell's casting time, it's going to innately overlap with other features. For a talent, what kind of talent? We basically have all of our talent slots filled up. So before we look at it, regardless to see if it was a good idea. I believe I provide an opinion on a specialist one I thought of. I want to do more generic magic ones for the arcane category. If it's not the one, was it Arcane Perfection or was it something else? You're free to send it again if I didn't see it. I mean, I feel like cantrips do feel like cantrips. I mean, they cost 0 stamina. You can do them while completely fatigued. You can cast cantrips with 6 points of fatigue, which you can't do with normal spells. I mean, you can at great cost. Interesting. Yeah, no, I do see, I kind of get where you're coming from, Elf. I think that's going to take a little bit more, like processing to figure out what the correct answer to this is. But Zephyr innately does really want you to burst fire. It really wants you to, like throw everything at the wall all at once. It wants you to eat up your entire reserve, like, right now. Yeah. Okay. I think we're at a pretty good spot. I feel like we've kind of cleaned up a lot of the loose ends for stuff that at least that I was interested in working on. And I think I have an idea for what I would like to work on after mental health break. I know that there's obviously a lot more stuff to work on that we were just talking about, but for stuff that was intended to be fixed before starting, and for stuff that I have an answer to right now, I feel pretty content. We can return back to it. Not that I would ever side quest ever. War Mage. When you cast a spell using the Art of Evocation, we choose to spend triple or double, I don't know, the amount of stamina after discounts, ignoring spell cap. If you do, the spell deals half damage to DHP instead of SHP. No, that fucks pretty hard. That fucks pretty hard. Illusion is also able to deal damage, just a heads up. At the point you need aren't really quicker than regular spells, at least in D&D. Yeah. Preaching opposite sides to the energy. Why does my mouse look like that? Because it's cute. I bought a mouse pack from one of the streamers that we rated. I think that energy, okay. I think that energy as a, let me say, Zephyr as a concept is very burst fire. I also think that energy is, in universal cases, there is never a time where thermal damage or heat or chill damage is going to be less expensive than energy. Like, it just doesn't happen. It never does. Energy is marginally more common, and I'm okay with it being marginally more common. And there's also only specific use cases where it's actually more common. For instance, with items don't care. Items give zero fucks over whether you're dealing energy, heat, or chill damage. So it's not more common.
Yeah, Zephyr is fuck you. Skeleton Divine Death Blast.
With spells, it is slightly less expensive. With Zephyr, it is also very burst fire, whereas the Study of Flame is very heavily based on lingering, and Frost is very based on collateral, or CC, crowd control. I'm personally okay with those things. I'm okay with how that lines up as it is. When it comes to Electromancy being a species talent, I feel like, personally, again, I would either leave it to be a species talent and just bite the bullet on it, or I would just remove it entirely. Dang it! Oh, man. Oh, Elf had ads. Missed the good stuff again. I guess we're just gonna head off to mental health break. I think we're gonna go ahead and jump into mental health break chat. So, I'll actually do my spiel once the ads end. I'll do my best to re-explain it. Once the ads are over. I think Zephyr's really cool, but it don't make it feel like energy is invested in the world. Mental health break! I'm gonna do my whole mental health yap. Once we get out of ads. I think Electromancy should be a species, but make it 5 so you can get a free 1d8. I can see that. I actually could see that pretty well. Okay. To re-explain what I was saying, the way that I see it, energy, there is never a time where thermal damage or heat and chill damage is less expensive than energy. There are times where energy is less expensive than heat or chill. Marginally so. Weapons, for instance, don't care. Weapons, artifacts, and consumables, none of them see a difference. They all think that energy, heat, and chill are equally the same. Spells are sometimes more sometimes spells believe energy to be less expensive. And that's just the nature of it. In fact, I'm realizing that energy is kind of realistically just slightly less expensive for casters. It's just more efficient for casters. However, the philosophy of Zephyr is to throw all of your stamina out at once. The philosophy of Flame is to deal damage over time, linger, and persist.
Just popping in to say hi before my stream kicks off.
Hey, have a good one, Chief. I appreciate you. And Frost is all about crowd control. The philosophy of Frost is crowd control. Now, that is to say that how this pertains to Electromancy, I could see Electromancy being 5, so that you can get 2 stacks of Zephyr. It's not a specialist talent, so it doesn't fit in the same range. But if Electromancy was a problem being a species talent, I would just remove it. I think I would just get rid of it, point blank. What's up, Yuki? How's it going? Welcome in. What's up? What's up? What? What? What's up, Cosmos? How's it going? Did you change your name, or is this a different account? I believe this is just a name change, right? Because I didn't get a first-time viewer. Rebranding? Yo, dope. Well, happy rebranding. I hope you have fun. We're going to be heading to mental health break here in just a second. I guess I would vote for removing it. Fair enough. I think I'm gonna get some opinions on it, see what it's like. Like I said, I think that Electromancy in its current
There'll always
state.
be people who are hecked up about it being a species TBH, but I say just keep it.
No, that's understandable. Like I said, Electromancy is closer to my own personal meme than it was a build on the game, which is probably not a good habit to get into. I could see it getting removed. I could see it getting removed entirely. Or even just modified to not be a direct copy of the Mancy talents, right? So it doesn't need to be just the Cryomancy, Pyromancy gimmick redone and reflavored the exact same way. There are more elegant solutions to make an energy-based talent ability that's centered around magic. Zapomancy. It's a great meme, though, to be fair. I'm fine with either. I think it's cute, and sometimes things can be cute and not be the most perfect balance-wise. I do personally find it to be okay balance-wise. I think thematically, it makes the least sense. The problem is more thematic than anything, in my opinion. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Am I connected? Chat! It's, we're doing stream racers. So, if you do exclamation point race, you'll get one of your own little cars. Okay, so it's just not fixing any of our profile pictures. Dope. Weird. If you guys do exclamation point race, you will join into this basically little physics sim marble race, but with actual cars. The winner of this will get 1,000 XP, and every single person who participates will get the in-game currency that you can use to get cuter cars. Which is pretty dope, chat. That's pretty dope. I think it's pretty cool. While you're in the game, you can do exclamation point boost to give you a little bit of a boost. Be careful because it can be a detriment if used wrong. So, with that in mind, do exclamation point race and join us. Join us. You get 1,000 chat XP if you win. So that's kind of neat. Don't fucking exclamation point race Walters me. I swear to God, chat. Points at attachment features, ignoring getting the 74 block on a chest plate because of lateral attachment. Lamau. Dude, there's so many funny things you can do with artifacts now, with artifact armor. Me when my chest plate now has spell force. Me when I can cast fireball from my chest. Me when my... Oh God, dude, there's so many things you can do. I can't even think of it. Yeezums.
At Yuki Hashiv currently
Delay
fully
test.
booked. Sorry.
Hey, look, some of our profile pictures are coming back. That's crazy. Such a good bit, though, Lamau.
That's so funny.
Join us, chat. Join us.
If you
Wanna
want
play
me to stop,
Mechamancy?
I'll stop though, lol.
Never. Never. No, I don't care. You guys are free to do whatever you want. All right, chat, you have 1 minute left to do exclamation point race. I'm going to be right back during this race. I'm going to, usually for mental health break, I'll walk away from the computer for a little bit. So I'm going to be walking away for a little bit while you guys are racing and beating the shit out of each other.
Plushie, I'm asking because of what happened with the Shield campaign and how it does to scheduling conflict go BRTR.
Yes, the only immunity you will never ignore is scheduling conflict, Lamau. Test? What's the test for? I want a Heart of Fireball now. I think that's cool. Oh, yeah! You can make armor that travels. I forgot. That's what I was thinking of. You can make armor that travels to you. Hello, Iron Man armor. Oh, testing strem delay. I see, I see. Scheduling conflict with true BBEG. All right, guys. Have fun on your race. I will be back. I'm also going to move the camera out so that it's not in the way.
At Diamond the Dino plushie Satch.
Sarge. Good luck, chat. Do exclamation point boost at the correct time because it will mess you up if you do it wrong. Oh, Trent got the RNG start right there. Good luck.
B. Oest.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Let's spend a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow.
At Thielfmich usually about 10 minutes-ish.
Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on.
Wayo.
Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Let's spend a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just
Congratulations, Cantaroon, on
At
getting
Thielfmich, no, that's
essentially
South March.
first. for all intents and purposes. You have been rewarded with your 1000 XP. Congratulations. The West March does canonically take
At
place
monkey_past
in
choir also
Purgatory.
thinning of doing zealot.
But I still want an East March. Someone give me an East March server. I do hear you, Elf. I do hear you. I'm just saying it for the memes. Okay. I think it's finally time that we get into basically what this entire stream was titled after, because we're going to be talking about a species that I think is probably going to be one of the swingier species that are in Utopia, and they have a lot of ground to cover. A lot of ground to cover. So we're going to talk about Goliaths. Now, there's a lot of things I need to explain when it comes to Goliaths. First of all, they are one of the big reasons for probably one of the more controversial quirks. Is that a word? Did I make that up? Nope, renitent is a word. I saw that and I'm like, did I write that? But it's what resistance normally does, and it makes you take half damage. This is a disgusting ability, for a lot of reasons, and one of the things...
But
I'll explain the AG2. I'll explain how they interact in Among Gods, because it is intended that they interact in Among Gods, and they still will. And yes, they are the prerequisite for Giants and Titans, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Because Giants and Titans are in the AG2. Goliaths are in the AG1, and I'll explain why. But I'm first going to explain why Goliaths are kind of crazy. So they get Renitent, which means that they take half damage, energy, heat, chill, psyche, which is really disgusting. Because, first of all, you take half damage, and also, this gets around all of the immunity clauses. So, Sage has talked a few times about how there's anti-immunities in the game, and there are several. This is one of them, and this one's built into the species innately. Now, it's not an immunity, right? So it doesn't make you immune to it, but it does get around immunity deprivation like smite abilities, because it's not an immunity. I will say there are anti-immunities. It goes no further. Yes, that is correct. There's anti-immunities, and that's it, point blank. But we'll get to that later. With this, there is a way in Utopia, and to be fair, I want to clarify, this is specifically requiring a GM-only ability. This is a GM-specific ability. It is possible to be immune to 2 damage types and resistant to a 3rd, which is pretty fucking strong. However, in order to do that, you would need to be a species with Renitent, you would need an item that makes you immune to damage, and you would have to be a vampire. Because vampires, or a werewolf technically, because they are innately immune to physical damage with some limitations. There are ways to innately get around their physical immunity. So they're physically immune with an asterisk. Because, like, for instance, with werewolves, if you silver a weapon, then you just ignore their physical immunity completely.
Actually, with GM Heckery you can make 3 immune, 1 Reemtant, Elemental Body plus Untouchable plus Renatant.
That is true, actually. Yeah, you could use Elemental Body as well. Well, but Elemental Body can't be on a species, I don't think. No, there's not a way to put that on a species. Elemental Body is creature specific, so you can make a creature that's immune to you could actually make a creature that's immune to all 5. Yes, you
This
could
is
make a
for
creature that's immune to all
creamshes.
5. But you need interchangeable to do that. Yes. So, okay, when it comes to creature building, there is a way to make a creature, yes. And the reason why is because the way that resistance functions in Utopia, this is a really gross interaction, and I don't want to talk about it. And this is one of the reasons why I said that interchangeable probably shouldn't go on creatures that could be built by players. And there is a way to do it, but it's quartered, and I know that it's limited, and it could still get removed, honestly, because of interactions like this. When it comes to the resistance ability, where is it? Resistance. Affected creatures ignore all damage of one specific type other than physical, chosen upon crafting. A creature may only ignore one type of damage due to item features. So a creature may only... Oh, actually? Okay, maybe not. No, that still works. Okay, what I was going to say is that resistance states you can only get one immunity from items. However, the way that creatures are written states that you can take an item with the interchangeable feature and integrate it into the creature, making it no longer an item. So, if a creature is immune to, let's say, heat damage from a ring that you created, and then you integrate it into the creature, it's no longer an item anymore. However, based on that wording, I just realized it did say item features. So, as long as interchangeable still observes it as an item feature, you would not gain that secondary
Hi, Ori.
immunity. Oh, what's up, Forger? So maybe you can't, actually. Yeah, you would have to use Elemental Body in that case. Huh. Whack. Cool. Alright, fair enough. You win this time. Okay, let's talk about Goliaths. So Goliaths are intended to get the Renitent. They also are intended to get Trudge. Trudge is a pretty gross quirk that says the travel action requires one additional turn action. So it takes 2 turn actions to travel, which is kind of gnarly. I think this might be a -4 quirk point because it's such a important fucking ability, and you can't travel with interrupt actions anymore. They were also intended to have very, very high stats. Trudge is mean. Like, I was intending for them to be like a 736 species, which means they're going to be the first species in the cores that have their lowest stat of endurance. Endurance is their lowest stat, because there's no species that does that right now. Hypothetically, Constitution would be their highest stat, and followed by Effervescence. That was the intention behind Goliaths. They're meant to be absolute fucking units. Unsurprisingly, they're Goliaths, right? They would also be considered large. So, in quirks, they're also going to get the large ability, which is
Trudge is cool.
sizable. They are large, and they get 15 times carry capacity. I don't know if they're going to take any other negatives. I don't think they're going to have Breathless. I don't think there's really a point for that. I mean, I could see a world where they have Breathless, but it's weird. But they probably take, they're probably going to take Odd Shape all pieces of gear. So, all gear must be customized to them. That's basically just a free quirk point, reprieve. They're not going to take Exobody or Anomalous, which I think are the other freebies when it comes to negative quirk points. I don't think they should be able to wear all types of armor. We could be even more mean and have them take Mover, where their land travel is just innately halved. They speak softly and carry a big stick. We'll see what they're at, because I think the goal is just going to be to increase their Constitution's Endurance and Effervescence, their attribute scores, just as high as humanly possible. Gosh dang it, not the T-Waddy. It is a lot. It is a lot. But what happens when you just have 8 Constitutions and 8 Effervescence? Yeah, you don't move very fast, don't get me wrong. But You also don't die to anything. Talk to a Goliath zealot and ask them how bad it is that they can't move that fast. I think it's funny. But we'll see. I'm going to talk about the Among Gods portion of things now, because that was the other part of it that we needed to talk about. So Goliaths are intended to turn into giants and then into titans through a process called megamorphosis, which is going to be in the AG2. The way that megamorphosis works means that you turn into a completely separate species. So a Goliath would turn into a giant. And the way this is worded, this species cannot be born in its current state. Instead, a specific species is chosen upon creation of the species. When a creature of that species takes the Daemon Specialist talent, it may choose to transform into the species instead. It keeps all species talents it originally required, but may no longer access them after transforming. A creature cannot transform into the species unless it has a total level of at least 100, 250, 500, or 1,000, which goes all the way up to negative 30 quirk points in Among Gods. A Titan is meant to be the highest prerequisite here, requiring 1,000 total level in order to become a Titan. This might get changed. This might get changed to, instead of requiring a certain total level, they require a certain number of instances of the Daemon Specialist talent. The Daemon Specialist talent, I can go ahead and jump to that actually. This is, again, AG2. This is not AG1. This is not the Adventurer's Guide. We're talking about the Among Gods right now. Daemon says that you have to be total level 100 or higher, and upon taking this talent, you gain a certain effect. And you cannot take the Daemon talent more than once every 100 levels. So this is kind of its own check against what your total level is. Given you get it slightly less often, to say the least. Hey, out of curiosity, what is an Archphase Megamorphosis level? Likely, if I had to take a smack at it, I would assume it's going to be around the 500 range. Or, in this case, 5 instances of the Daemon Specialist talent. I think what we're going to do here, probably, is, in fact, change this, unless it has... taken the Daemon Specialist talent at least 1, 2, 5, 10 times. Which also makes this spread feel pretty okay, in my opinion. Yeah. Negative 30 quirk points is a fuck ton, dude. That's a lot of fucking quirk points. Titans are meant to be pretty fucking insane, unsurprisingly. Taking Daemon 10 times is ridiculous. That's absolutely bonkers. Planar Locked is another really easy negative 10 quirk points, and by really easy, I mean it's absolutely god-awful. Highborn. Oh yes, Elemental Anatomy. There's a quirk that literally just allows you to become immune to something. Anyways, those roll minimum 23d6 on a test they're gifted in. Fun? Yes, correct. However, this, of course, really gets really angry with Highborn, because it means that, assuming you take Daemon every 100 levels, you literally only get 1 non-Daemon Specialist talent every 100 levels if you have Highborn. That's pretty infuriating. But one of the Daemon abilities, one of the Daemon options, and there will likely be a lot more when it comes to Daemon, is that your subtraits no longer have maximums. I'm going to assume that's often going to be the one that people take first. You hit level 100, your subtraits don't have maximums anymore. Intensify doesn't care anymore. Intensify is the number of stacks of Intensify. It doesn't observe maximums anymore. Alteration doesn't observe maximums anymore because you don't have maximums anymore. Oh yeah. And then you make tests with D8s or D10s or D12s and then D20s. Just saying. This is the type of shit that we're getting into with Among Gods. But let's go back to this. So Goliaths. Goliaths are intended to megamorphosize into giants, and giants are intended to megamorphosize into titans.
Whoa, I didn't see that. EHAT the fuck.
Yeah. No, Among Gods is meant to really push the boundaries. Invisible bit. The invisible bit. This jar right here is actually full of Rix's bits. Can you see them? No, you cannot, because they're all invisible. Invisibit! Thank you for the 99 Invisibits. So, in designing the Goliath, I think what we're gonna do is go ahead and jump right into it. So, if we know for a fact that we are taking Renitent, we're taking Trudge, and we are taking Anomalous. Oh, I'm sorry, Odd Shape. So we're taking 1 quirk point for Trudge. However, we're also taking Sizable, which is 3 quirk points. So we're at 4 quirk points before we add stats, which is good. That's kind of where we want to be at, I think. Let's see here. Let's say we're at 7 Constitution, 6 Effervescence, 3 Endurance. We only have 3 quirk points left. We're kind of boned. We're in the fucky wucky territory, chat. Goliaths are not far from being not. That's enough for 1 gifted subtrait, 1 block, and 1 dodge, which doesn't make sense for a Goliath in my opinion. For 2 1.1 QP, die block rating, so we get 1 block, 1 dodge, and gifted subtraits, we minimum 1. And 1 gifted subtrait, and we're at 23. But they should have higher block. Yeah. We need another negative if we want them to have higher block, which I think they should, personally. That sucks. That sucks really bad. There's only 1. Mover is the only one, and it's actually like super not worth it for them. But it's the only one that makes sense. That sucks. Yeah. Give a mover. Fuck the nerds. Real. Okay, so Goliaths are mega boned when it comes to movement. Goliaths, vehicles, your beloved. I'm just gonna copy the Sexling tree because it fits pretty well what we're trying to do. Or it serves as a template. And I'm sure I will forget something, and there will be a Sexling ability somewhere in the Goliaths by accident. Goliaths. We will change all of this later. Okay, and then we have the purple Goliath. And this will be, and we'll also copy this over and make this, because we don't know what their species branch is going to do yet. But first we know that they're going to have 1d12 dodge and 3d4 block. They will have 7 constitution, 3 endurance, 6 effervescence. They are gifted in only fortitude. Knows utopian and primordial. They do not have 4 hands. They can verbally speak. All armor must be customized. Land travel is halved. Period. Travel action takes 2 turn actions instead of 1.
Primordial feels kinda weird.
Primordial feels kind of weird. Primordials for elemental beings. These are like elementals. What do you mean? I will say, chat, here's a funny interaction real quick. As it's currently worded, athlete. Oh, never mind. Okay, so athlete makes it so that you can interrupt action respond, but it still requires 2 interrupt actions for you because it says using interrupt actions as if they were turn actions, so it still costs 2. Oh, thank you. All worn items, thank you. That's kind of hilarious. I was gonna say athlete gets around this, but it definitely doesn't. Yeah, no, they're elemental Goliaths. There's an energy Goliath, there's a fire Goliath, there's a frost Goliath, and then there's a psyche Goliath. There could be a stone Goliath instead of psyche.
Goliaths usually live in mountains and stuffs. I have basically never seen a Goliath that didn't know primordial in any fiction.
Seem like anti-spellcaster. I didn't realize they were elemental, and in that case, it would make sense. Yeah, I don't think that they're anti-spellcasters necessarily. I mean, they probably suck at casting themselves, but that's because most of their elemental abilities come from their own functionality, not from spells. Because it seems to alter all levels that were known before that. Wait, what? So what it actually means is that the extreme you need 11 daemon to transform because the requirement is that you have 10. Why would you need 11? Yes, no, Primordial does have a very specific purpose in Mirror Myth, but Goliaths go that far back.
At Galaxy 3004, I know you need.
And of course, half energy damage taken from any source. Am I missing anything? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 quirks. Didn't we have 5 quirks? Oh, yeah. Large creature, 15x strength, carry capacity. You don't need one to transform. No. Wait. I understand what you're saying. Yes, but that's a different order of operations. So the way that Megamorphosis works, I'm answering a question in chat. Megamorphosis, the species when a creature of that species takes the Daemon Specialist talent, it may choose to transform. When it takes it the 10th time, it qualifies. Because it will take the Daemon Specialist talent, and this will then check to see how many times you've taken Daemon. If it is your 10th time taking it, you may transform. Hopefully that makes sense. That's the Goliath. The Goliath is pretty gross. I mean, obviously it doesn't have any talents yet, but this is the base stat block of the Goliath. Now we have a question. Do we have a stone Goliath or do we have a psyche Goliath? Because a stone Goliath cannot get that damage resistance. Physical damage resistance is not an option. Taking 11 daemons away just to flex. God damn it. Let's see here. You get, assuming that you're gifted at everything, because you're literally level fucking 1000 at this point. That means that you make tests with D20s. You have no maximum subtraits, and you get, what is that? That would be 4 points of favor. I'm sorry, 8 points of favor on every test ever. So you're rolling, what is that? 11 D20 for a test innately? Fuck the stone Goliath? Okay. Earth is often associated with integrity and stubbornness. Yeah, I could see that. I do think that a Psyche Goliath would be, first of all, fun. Second of all, fucking terrifying. Can you imagine a Goliath? A psionic Goliath? That's terrible. I hate that. These guys are going to be terrifying. I will say. I do think that these guys will be terrifying. And I fucking love that for them. Oh, hey, that was broken. Hold on. Let me go to the actual settings because that's fucked up. Oh, no, it was correct. It just didn't paste correctly. Gotcha. So you have the purple Goliath. You have the red Goliath. They're not actually going to be called red Goliaths, but, you know. It could be. I could actually see that. Shield damage. And the pink Goliath. Never mind. I do not think they should be called that. Psyche damage is halved. Could Oki become an Archfey if he wanted to? More level-wise than, like, actual Daemon talents taken? I feel like that's puzzle coin territory. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna make you do it.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna get my shit pushed in for that. Are they just all gifted in Fortitude, or they get... Yeah, I think Goliaths are just gifted in Fortitude point blank. Goliaths are kind of basic, all things considered. They're a very basic species at the end of the day. But I think that kind of makes sense. I feel like Goliaths are the species you play for players that just want a big boy. They just want to play a big boy. This is the Goliath big boy bait. We definitely have creatures with thick skin, which is probably going to be... I'm sorry, not thick skin. What's it called? Strong defense. That's definitely probably going to be one of the... Adaptable defense, strong defense are probably going to be the Goliath's first go-tos. They're like, what if you get only body points, Lamau? Adaptable defense and strong defense, I think, are immediately more defenses, more block rating. And then probably thick skin. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of weird, but I feel like they just immediately go for even more defense.
So what's your character conceit? Kill IC slides over a hunt impact red Goliath asterisk.
Goliaths are like, what if I spend all of my talent points on never dying ever? Cool. Hunt impact Goliath. Oh my god, that's actually so good. I love this so much. So, do crit success work on bigger die because the rolling wording would imply that you still need to roll sixes? Yes. As of currently, if you roll higher, you still have to roll a 6. Even if you're rolling on d20s, you still have to roll a 6 for crits. It's kind of weird. You actually critically succeed less often when you take those Daemon Specialist talents. At least with the current wording. That's not to say that it'll stay that way forever, but that is how it currently works. What other talents are we going to give our biggie boys? What kind of talents do our biggie boys deserve, chat? Oh, actually, I think... Do they start with Stubborn? I think Stubborn will be one of their first ones right here. I think... We have Stubborn here already, don't we? Something got Stubborn? Yeah. And this will be 1 soul. I think that stubbornness is basically their big shtick. I think stubbornness is...
I think crits should scale like a D8S, 7 or 8, D10S, 8+, D12S, 9+, D20S, 16+.
It breaks kind of in an annoying fashion because of the luck tree, or I'm sorry, the luck study. And before you make an appeal test, you may choose to treat each 5 rolled as if it was a 6 and treat each 2 rolled as if it was a 1. So the nomenclature prior to this point is so specific on what the rolls have to be that it's really difficult to move them around. Yeah, how talents interact with that. And then luck has a bunch of shit around critical successes and failures.
Make it a separate Daemon talent that increases the crit range.
I could see that, actually. I could see that. The problem, though, I feel, is that when you're in Among Gods, I think that you just kind of assume you're going to critically succeed more often than not. like realistically, just the amount of talents that exist for it, just the amount of dice that you roll, so on and so on. I mean, you just generally are probably going to critically succeed. You get favor on virtually everything. Critical successes become very common very quickly, but I could see it. I could see it being a Daemon specialist talent. Roll d20s and critting on a 666 2020-18 is really funny. Yes. Critting on a 666-111 on d20s is kind of wild. Talents. But the biggie boy talents. We need some biggie boy talents. The Psionic Goliath should probably have telepathy, shouldn't it? That's really annoying because we are out of fucking quirk points. We do not have the quirk points for this. We could drop their block by 1 to give them telepathy. Nope, telepathy is 2 quirk points. I don't like that. Oh, no, we can't actually even fit another quirk in there. Because we have 5 quirks right now. We can't give the psionic ones telepathy. Yeah, no. Unless we got rid of something like sizable, but that's... I feel like that's just a bit too quintessential to the Goliath. There's a telepathy talent, but the talent requires... Oh, never mind. I'm a fucking liar. Ignore me. I thought this one required that you have telepathy.
Small Goliath.
If the species has the telepathy quirk. Okay, fuck me. Lamau. Nothing else has telepathy right now, no. Okay. Alright, Pink Goliath gets telepathy. Lamau! Ignore me! Telepathy, you may communicate telepathically with creatures that are able to communicate using a language you understand. Your telepathy has a maximum range of 10 meters. Pop. And that would be 1 mind for them. So now the 2 non-telepathic species with telepathy are Eldritch Cambions and also Goliaths. Specifically, the Pink Goliath, which is not going to be called the Pink Goliath. Goliath should probably get Tireless, I think. I think it would be fair for Goliath to get Tireless. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like we can just pop Tireless right here. Goliaths actually have some pretty cheap fucking talents. Their talents are not expensive. Do Goliaths get Berserk, chat? Do Goliaths get Berserk? I feel like they kind of earned Berserk, arguably. Sonic Goliath and an Eldritch Cambion telepathically having a conversation is a funny idea. They speak the exact same languages, too. I don't see anything else from here that they would need. I don't see any reason why they would have...
Do Fa get magic?
Ars? Fae? Yes. Fae innately know illusion. Oh, Runic Buffer. Runic Buffer is the big one. Runic Buffer is a huge one that they should have access to. Oh, is Berserk a +1 QP? It might be. Oh, I think you're right. Fuck. Berserk. Yep, we can't give them Berserk. We also cannot give them Regenerative. That's unfortunate. Should they have natural support? Do we make Goliaths innate gentle giants? Actually, we could probably put that on a specific one. We could put that on a specific one if we wanted to. Natural support, if we wanted to. Goliath with sticky feet is funny.
Ice.
Ice would make sense. That's so cute. That's so cute. I fucking love that. Ice would be the gentle giants too. Oops. Cast made to resist spell effects. This will be 2 soul. I am scared of the Goliath specialist down. I'm gonna be real with you, but I digress. Should they each take absorption? I feel like, should they all have absorption, chat? where they resist the damage type, but also when they take that damage, they regain that much stamina. Stamina is very useful for them, I will say, because they don't get a lot of it. They should all get the exceptional clash as well, I would assume. Wow,
Probably.
the Goliaths are actually kind of very carbon copy of each other, honestly. They're very similar to each other, which might be a bad thing. They might not get absorption because they're just running out of talents at this point. That's tough. Associated with passion and creativity, water with emotion and gentleness, air with mental and adaptability, earth with groundedness and stubbornness. Utopia does not use the 4-element system. In Utopia, there are 3 elements. I love the number 3, chat. I really like the number 3. Successfully dodging the amount of yada yada, you regain 1d4 stamina. Hypersynthesis would also be really good, I would assume. Hypersynthesis would work, but that's just another one that I just don't think that they'd have enough talents for. Hypercognate. They could take hypercognate. I could see them taking hypercognate for sure. You cannot be inflicted with unconsciousness unless you choose to. Given you have more than 0 stamina and more than 0 DHP. And we need one more physical-esque talent. They could take practical usage. Do we want to give them practical usage? Where they get...
you said clash. So clash.
That's for the subspecies. We need that for subspecies. For the big Goliath species, we need a generic one, because Clash begs a specific damage type. Hypercognate, I feel like, makes sense. Goliaths generally just say no fuck you to things. Goliaths, trying to beat a Goliath is like trying to beat a rock. They should just not move very often. That's the idea behind Goliaths in my head. It's just very difficult to move them around, both literally and metaphorically. Remineralizes almost makes sense. Actually, hold on, let's check the new ones. Let's check some of the new ones. Do you have a good one? Buffer physical? We already have that. That's what thick skin is. Thick skin is physical buffer. 2 and 3 point talents? Oh, reinforced makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Reinforced would probably make sense, I'm gonna be honest with you. Biotoxins controlling. Converter. International intends to become the entranced for as long as you remain focused. While entranced, physical damage that would be dealt to you is doubled, and you ignore all blank damage that would be dealt to you. That's cool, but they already have an ability that just kind of makes that not as good, in my opinion. Stampede would kind of make sense, but I feel like they're just not offensively focused. They're just not offensive. Against the amount of DHP loss, upon succeeding, they only reduce to half instead. They could get... Should the Frost Goliaths get rescue training? I feel like they should get rescue training. That's really cute. Especially if they have the natural healer. Are Frost Goliaths literally just support Goliaths? How'd it take me that long to clock custom subspecies? The trees are literally built to allow it? What? Sturdy Reinforce. I think Sturdy Reinforce would be good. Force charge equal to your power score. When you take the travel action, you may spend a force charge. Upon doing so, when you travel, your movement can... Oh, they're taking Unyielding! I'm so sorry. No, I super lied to you. These were literally built for them. Whoops. Oh, they could take Thick Fat too. Oh, well. Unyielding was literally made for them. Like, I wrote this for them. Whoopsies. You have a number of force charge equal to your, we're going to say fortitude score, because they are big fortitude buffs. And we're going to change it so they can be power or fortitude for this specific talent. Yeah, like that. So Goliaths essentially have the ability. Emotional support Goliaths, Unshakable Fortress. When rolling your block rating, you may spend 8 stamina. If you do, add your fortitude modifier to the final total as a spec element. That would be, I could see that. Like, the species/subspecies trees make custom subspecies really easy instead of needing to build out an entire tree for any subspecies. Yes! Utopia as a whole is designed to be modular. There are a ton of different ways that you can tear just a little tiny portion of Utopia out, because it's built as, like, out of fucking Legos. You have a number of force charges equal to your fortitude score. When you take the travel action, which costs a lot for you, you may spend a force charge. Upon doing so, when you travel, your movement cannot be impaired or modified by the effect of another creature. You regain all spent force charges after completing a rest. Funny story, if you use an unyielding charge, you just get out of a grapple, or the creature comes with you. This prevents long grappling. This prevents all of the law abilities that force you to travel a certain way. Anything. Your travel cannot be modified if you have unyielding. It's a super powerful ability. I love this ability a lot, frankly. This was very specifically designed for Goliaths. Activated Clash. Do we want an activated Clash for each one of them? I mean, honestly, like, we can add it for right now, but there's a chance that it goes away, honestly. Because I think that realistically, they're just not offensively focused. Again, I don't think it's in their nature to be offensively focused, but it makes sense thematically for them to have an ability that deals with their element of damage. So we'll add the Clash for each
Clash.
one. Activated Clash. When you make an attack... Oh, this is only a 2 cost. This should probably go in the middle. Activated Clash. When you make an attack, you may spend an additional turn action and up to 4 stamina to deal an additional... Why does it say up to? Why does it say up to? There's no point. And 4 stamina. Oh, that's a typo. I forgot about that typo. It's in the cyborg too. Deal an additional 2d10 energy damage. You may use this feature up to 5 times per attack. So 1 turn action attack turns into a 6 turn action 10d10 energy plus whatever it would normally do. Dope. And this one will be... This one's probably a 2 soul. I think that our purple Goliaths are going to be our soul builds. No. I think they're actually the body build, which is weird. Because I think that fire and ice are both going to be the soul builds. Frozen Clash, which is going to be chill damage. This is the wrong one, but I will copy it since we're already here. Blazing Clash? Ember Clash. Ember Clash sounds dope. Fuck. Frozen Clash. Ember Clash. And then, does Clash actually have a... Yes, it does have a psyche damage option. Psionic Clash. Psionic? Yes, Psionic Clash. No, wrong. Oh, it is. It's just eyes. I thought there was a Y in it. Psyche damage. This is funny. This is funny to me. When they punch you, you have seizures. I think the typos give a slight charm. My little sticky notes make the book feel more lived in. Honestly, that's kind of real. Yeah, the up to is a typo. I have it written down. Yeah. Up to is a really, really bad legal typo because due to the fact that it says up to, you can just choose to not pay stamina and it has the same effect. You can just choose not to pay the stamina cost, which is fucked up. This is how it's meant to be. We already know what the blue Goliath is going to have because they are our supporty boys. They were going to take... Where is it? It was... Yeah, become smaller, actually. Okay, bye. Why are you so large? Fuck's sake! Yeezums. Oh, special weapon would have made sense, but we can't get the +1 QP on it. I don't know how well you guys can read this right now. Natural support, that's the one. And that's the 2 QP, I believe? Yes. Natural support. Oh, natural support actually goes so good on these guys. Holy hell. Natural support says you may spend 1 turn action and up to 10 SHP to force a touching creature to regain an amount of SHP equal to the amount spent, which is fucking hilarious because they have so much goddamn SHP. Like, this is so good for them. Oh, that's a 3 talent point. Oh shit, fuck me, I guess. 3 soul. What was the other one? Was it in here? I think it was an AG one that we wanted to give them. Echolocation, adherent, supply, slippery, converter, stampede, chromatic, contracteer, rescue training. That's what it was. We'd have to move Clash up, which would kind of throw them a little bit off kilter, but I feel like rescue training is really good for them. It kind of brings us to a point where we want to move the Clash, the beginning portion of each one, but that's fine. We can do that. Yeah, because Frost Goliath should have rescue training, in my opinion. Fortitude test against the amount of DHP loss. Upon succeeding, it only reduces by half instead. Yep. Psionics will be the only ones that are a little bit awkward because telepathy has to go before Psionic Clash. Yeah, they get heckin' support. I feel like fire or energy will be the ones to prioritize damage output. I would assume. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's look through the AG first. I would like to prioritize AG talents because it makes them more interesting, in my opinion. Get in the habit of follow-up messages starting with a ... to say it's more context above it. That's actually not a bad idea. Rescue training, fortitude. Fucking real, honestly. I forgot that there's kill switch. There's literally an ability that just says, hey, just kill a construct. This is literally just construct murder right here. I could actually see thick fat on one of them. Nope, it's a quirk point. Never mind, can't. Fuck them. Fuck them. I could see one of them having stampede. It's weird that it does physical damage, though. Biotoxins would be fucking hilarious. Can you imagine electrostatic biotoxin? Fucking kill me, dude. Adherent sounds like a fire giant ability to me. This feels kind of like a you're not getting away from me, which seems like how fire would be. Like philosophically, I feel like adherent makes sense for the fire giants. Rix and Dino do both know this game very fucking well. Explode! Do we have a... They could get Champion Brawler. No, they have no use for that. They'd rather just have power. Never mind. Medical Medic, Brilliant, Restorative Cycle, Deep Heal, Regenerative, Natural Support, Proficiency, Berserk. We can't get them Berserk, unfortunately. Nat Survivalist, Sticky Feet, Champion Caster, Otherworldly Gift, Otherworldly Curse. I could see Otherworldly Curse on the Fire Giant. It's a little weird. It topped my hyperfixation quite a long time. I love this. Unbiased, obviously. Oh, they can have Proud. It's kind of a... I feel like it's not as cool. Fire Giants could also have Absorption. Actually, no, I think Fire Giants get Absorption.
But I am trying to not hyperfixate on one TTRPG again.
That's completely understandable, honestly. Absorption. Whenever you take any amount of heat damage, you regain that much stamina. I feel like these would be the sustain builds, if any. They could take Proud, actually. That would help them to get their stamina back. Instead of Adherent. Should they take Adherent? Maybe they don't have Adherent. Maybe they take Proud instead. Because Proud says when you spend 5 or more stamina on something other than casting a spell, which would happen if you use Ember Clash more than once, make a portrayal test. If it succeeds the amount of stamina spent, regain 2 stamina. Yeah, but they're also, like, not portrayal builds. Like, they don't... Oh, no, it costs 4 soul. No, they're a soul build. Fire Giants specifically are a soul build. Do they take Proud to get their stamina back? I feel like that's kind of their shtick. I think it's their shtick. I think they're going to take Proud. We have another Proud? No, we don't. That's crazy, actually. Okay, wild. So when you spend 5 or more stamina on something other than casting a spell, you may make a portrayal test. If it succeeds the amount of stamina spent, you regain 2 stamina. You may only make 1 portrayal test per stamina costing event. 6 weekly games different right now, 1 bi-weekly, and about half of it is Utopia. That's fucking crazy. I mean, cool from a game developer standpoint. Like, from a developer standpoint, it's fucking phenomenal to hear that. But that's wild. That's crazy, dude. Galvanic Goliath, Blazing Goliath, Glacial Goliath, Noetic Goliath could be potential names. I love that. My only problem with it is that that's probably closer to what the Giants would be called. Like, at the end of the day, the Giants, I think, would have grandiose names, whereas the Goliaths have things like Frost Goliath, Fire Goliath, Storm Goliath, I think. Oh, God, I love Galvanic. Galvanic is so dope. Fuck. I'm mad. I think they are going to end up being called Storm Goliath, Fire Goliath, Frost Goliath, and I don't know for this one, actually. They could be called Psionic, but no promises on that. What's the one that you had? Noetic is wild, but they sound so grandiose, which is good, but I think that's like AG2 area. Galvanic is such a good word. I love that so much. We need to use that somewhere. Okay, Storm Goliaths. What are Storm Goliaths gonna get? What are our special little boys gonna get for Storm? And we also need 1 more ability for Psionic. Back to these. Do Psionics get echolocation? Oh, this is so dope, dude. This is so dope. Can you imagine, like the idea of, like, what's it called? You can use for names for the AG2 subspecies? I think so, yeah. I have Daggerheart, Utopia, Kane, and Pathfinder. Oh, and also D&D. That's fucking wild, dude. I think that the Psionics get echolocation. I just love the idea of, like, a Psionic Goliath that just hangs out like a fucking monk wearing a blindfold. I don't know, man. I fuck with this super hard. Oh, that reminds me. There's something I need to add. This is the Mind Goliath. Mind Goblin, chat. Mind Goblin. Don't finish that sentence. I regret saying it already. Echolocation. There's a quirk I wanted to add. A negative quirk, specifically. That is because I... blind. Yeah. And of course, death. Dang it, Elf! No! No, Ashton. Oh no, cancer and these pepperoni pizzas. Oh, I want a fucking pepperoni pizza. So now we can make creatures that are just innately deaf and blind. This is something that I felt like was pretty necessary for some time now. I think this makes a lot of sense, personally. I'm playing the fact that it's 5 a.m. Lamau. Cool. Is there night vision quirk yet? No, because night vision is an optional rule. The usage of lighting is an optional rule.
At
Utopia
Galaxy
does not
3004
recognize
optional rule.
Yeah. Now we can add a quirk in the optional rule, but yeah, essentially. Hold on, actually, is there a quirk in the optional? I want to say there is. Quirks inside optional rulings are a little bit difficult, to be terribly honest with you. Where is it? Lit and dark regions. Night vision. Uses a quirk costing 0 quirk points. Yes. Night vision is a quirk that costs 0 quirk points.
I wonder, why is Utopia the playable one canonically?
Interesting question.
Eventually.
Negative effects of the light, they're considered blinded. Having no visible light.
At sky
Out
underscore
to
heights, hey?
10 meters. There we go. There we go. Yes, that's the night vision quirk in a nutshell. Okay.
At
We only
Reynice
have-
Fouling, you know what it is.
We only have one more Goliath to finish, and it's just the energy Goliath. This is the one that I think would be offensively focused. So we can throw some offense on this bad boy. They could get Electromancy. Probably not, though. They could get Biotoxins. Vampiric doesn't cost a quirk point. That's actually hilarious. Are energy builds the Soul Siphoners? I feel like they probably get Biotoxins, to be honest. Oh my god, this is actually so crazy on them. Oh my god, Biotoxins is so funny on them. I'm calling it electrotoxins, and you guys cannot stop me. We can't do rapid blows, and we can't do special weapon. Most of the weaponless-based abilities require a quirk point, unfortunately. However, activated clash does stack with electrotoxins, because it says, if you do, damage dealt by the attack. It says when you make an attack, it deals an additional 2d10, so this 10d10, or I guess it would be 8d10 additional energy damage, does get tacked on for the ignores SHP clause. Actually, if we give them vampiric, oh my god, if we give them vampiric, oh my god, that's so disgusting. Oh my god, that's so gross. Because you regain SHP based on the amount of DHP you deal, but if you take electrotoxins, then you just ignore SHP in the first place. Unarmed attacks transferred to energy damage. We can't afford that quirk, unfortunately. That costs a quirk point. We're already capped out on these guys. Is there another creature that has vampiric and biotoxins? I want to say the Astral Dracoling has vampiric. No. I thought that another creature had vampiric, but they do not. Okay. Well, Goliaths are fucked. These should probably be renamed to be more thematic. Vampiric is fine. What if we call it Galvanic? Teehee. Oh, thank you so much for the nice snack. Kind of funny. That's okay. First of all, this is disgusting because assuming spend additional 6 stamina. If you do, you spend 6 stamina. You would need to spend 6 stamina for 12, and then 1 additional turn action. So you have 3 remaining. So 24 stamina. For 24 stamina, if you have the full subspecies tree, you spend 24 stamina to deal an additional 6d10 energy damage. And it ignores SHP, and you regain SHP equal to half of the damage dealt. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that snack real quick. I'm also gonna use the restroom. Does Monk add to that? Yes. Chat, somebody mentioned it earlier and I couldn't get it off my head, so now I have pepperonis. Chat, we have Goliaths and they're kind of fucking insane, which means that we have to make the honorary fucking specialist talent for these fuckos. Huh. I'm not ready for this.
Like every size no matter what.
Grapple anything? I could actually see that. I could see an anything grapple. A mensch just wants to long grapple anything from anywhere. I could see that though. Yeah, go for it, Galaxy. I mean, you still have to make the strength test. Kendron is being blamed for an undisclosed activity. I would kind of argue it's a semi-mediocre ability in my opinion.
Unshakable Fortress. When rolling your block rating you may spend 8 stamina, if you do add your fortitude modifier to your total. It's weird.
You pinch, oh my goodness, one single tingly finger. I could see Unshakable Fortress. My only thing against that is it's very pantomiming of a lot of basic strategies and talents that exist in Utopia. And species talents are generally meant to be more, like, specific to the creature, I guess, if that makes sense. You should play off of what the species is good at. Forger.
Isn't Goliaths all about being an unkillable mountain?
Yes. Yes. But I do stand by the fact that increasing your block rating by itself is just a thing that you can do in Utopia, like 14 different ways. So eating up your entire species specialist talent for doing that is just kind of to me, it's kind of a moot effect. Maybe that's just me. Picks up in pockets an ocean. What? I'm thirsty.
At the Forager 56 now we are getting somewhere.
I'm gonna go throw away my pepperoni bag.
I feel like it should have something to do with defense or block instead of grappling. What I was trying to say.
I like avatar form. I mean, it is also, in my opinion, it's very specific. However,
I caught lightning in a bottle. At the Forager 56mm.
What's London's idea? a crushing ability for grappling or something. I mean, crushing and strangling are both already innate effects in the game. But also, I don't think that the ability should be that offensive, because Goliaths innately are not offensive. Barring Storm Goliaths. Defense or blocks instead of grappling, what I was trying to say. I understand. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. No, I can agree with that. It's pretty fucking offensive, my guy. Yeah, no, that's fair, Dino. That's fair. Okay. Not grapple. Grapple will not be their shtick. So far implies grappling and ignoring points of disfavor doesn't seem that good overall in the first place. I think it can be. A grapple effect on a creature that's bigger than you can be pretty powerful. Like, you can prevent a griffin from flying. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that you can do in essence of that. But no, I kind of agree. I think it should be on the defensive side of things rather than on the offensive side of things. Like, there's nothing in the Goliath stat block that actually favors grappling. It's just thematic. I'm constantly peeking? Why? Maybe I'm just too close to my mic, I guess? Why am I constantly peeking? That doesn't make sense. Like, on my levels, like, I'm not even hitting the red yet. Like, even when I'm yelling. I don't get it. What is something that's more on the defensive side for Goliaths?
Let it be grapple.
There's just a lot of ways to already increase favor, too. Yeah. That's true.
Ori is peeking. They are doing so well. This is what was meant.
God damn it. Ashton says they're not noticing peeking. Is it specific to certain people? How many people hear me distorting? What the? Re. Chat, can you still hear me? Do I sound any better and or worse? And how about now? Cannot be hit by more than 3 attacks in a single creature's turn. This is a joke. We can make their defenses and their strength or something. I feel like that's a little more combat oriented than the Goliath is meant to be, which probably sounds weird, but the idea is that they resist your action. I have an idea, but it's a little bit much.
Combat orient. We make them double the amount of actions it takes to attack them.
Okay. Up to once per rest, when another creature's effect targets you, you may pay all non-time costs of the effect. If you do, you ignore it. This is a very, very substantial ability.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, it's lovely.
Oh, hey, God is going to cast 8107 on you. Curious. No. This is kind of how I see Goliaths. This is the type of, like, big bullshittery. Now, as a lot of you may have already seen, this does not have a test. There's no test, there's no contest, there's no check. If you can foot the bill, you just don't do it. Makes them fast? What do you mean by fast? How does this make them fast? They just ignore it. They just know. They just say, no, I'm not the target. Fuck you. Broken with consumables. What do you mean by, oh, because of homemade? No, absolutely. You could honestly do this more than once per rest, and I wouldn't even be that mad. I do know how consumables interact with this, but that's just the nature of why homemade is so fucking broken. I'm trying to think of this. Goliath Wizard is hilarious. They have jack shit stamina, so they're going to be going through a tough bout. However, Goliath Blood Mages are going to go crazy, may I say. I don't know. I kind of fuck with this. I like the idea that they're just like, no. If they can pay the cost of it, like a Goliath Zealot can just overpay the shit out of their stamina and just say no. I ignore the effects of whatever the fuck you just did. Up to one time. It's a survive the wildfire type ability. I like this ability. It feels really balanced. I fear that kind of sounds like sarcasm. Stamina, we just have 80 stacks of frigid inspiration. I don't know. Like, again, like this could be a god level creature.
Simple, like you may add your level to each of your defenses when calculating incoming damage.
See, that's heavily combat oriented, and defenses are another thing that just get modified by a billion other features in Utopia. Like, getting better defenses, in my opinion, is just kind of it's a saturated ability. It's not bad, but for a species specialist talent, I think this is where you get to be a little bit more creative with how we go about these things. Being sarcastic feels like something very Utopia baked type of balancing. Yeah, it is very strong, because you know what this counts for? An attack. Most attacks don't cost anything, so you can just pay nothing and ignore an attack. That's it. You just don't get hit by it. You just ignore it. You could make a bomb that deals 14 billion damage, and a Goliath just says, no, I'm unaffected by it. Black Hat consumables? Homemade can only be used once in between actual rests. This is one-time super armor between rests, yes. Tell me what happens when you have pseudo slumber and the other two things that let you have instant rest.
Really?
So I learned that pseudo slumber does not actually do that. Pseudo slumber says you can skip a rest and spend it later. So homemade does not allow you to take pseudo slumber twice. They don't proc off of each other, because pseudo slumber just allows you to delay its effects. That's all pseudo slumber says. A creature can only use this effect up to once before completing a rest.
Sag, no grapple.
No grapple. That would be wild. That would be the second time that a dwarf was actually a Goliath. This is an excessively powerful ability. I will say, this is an excessively powerful ability. In a lot of ways. But it does fit the kind of borderline, like, godly nature that I always imagine Goliaths to have. Now, given Goliaths are very young. However, Goliaths were always meant to be kind of the children of gods. That is always the way that I envision Goliaths. They are creatures that were born so long ago. They are essentially fundamental forces of nature. And this is powerful, but it gives that effect to me. This to me...
Wait, could you drink a potion that gives you a rest with this?
Yeah. Yeah, you can drink a homemade potion, and it would give you the effects of a rest. You could use this ability again. But you can't drink 2 homemade potions at once. So you have to actually rest, and then you can drink a homemade potion. But then you have to actually rest again before you can use a homemade potion again. Effects creature gain the effects of a rest. Addictive says you cannot gain the effects of a rest. Pseudo slumber is delay the effects of a rest. And meditation says that resting only takes 4 hours of concentration before completing a rest. After completing a rest. After completing a rest. After completing a rest. Until you've completed a rest. I will say there is one ability that I know of that does scale quite well off of this. That is very powerful with this. And it is Relax Craft. Relax Craft is the only rest-based ability in all of Core Utopia, Core Guide. Oh! Never mind, Relax Craft doesn't even count as a rest. Nope, there are very few rest functions in Utopia. I did not realize that. It's just homemade, apparently. Homemade is the only one that says you gain the effects of a rest, apparently. I thought there were more, honestly. Whack. Homemade not work with meditation? No, it does. Meditation is gain the effects of a rest. You spend 4 hours concentrating. If you do, you gain the effects of a rest. Yes.
At Galaxy 3004 quite low, it'll be super real.
Basically it takes you 4 hours to rest and you stay cognate during that time. In fact, you can still move around during that time. It's actually very powerful.
Wait,
Goliath
does that
or whack?
mean homemade is a rest?
Yes, homemade, it does give you the effects of a rest.
Meditation.
Yes, meditation is a rest. So
What's funny is a wizard with meditation can hold a binding spell on a demon while taking a nap.
Yes, correct. Funny enough, though, meditation is a green strategy. So they would have to be self-taught, but no one would be surprised if they were. Congrats on the singular tie power. Also, you do have to concentrate during that time, so they would have to have intense concentration as well. Self-taught for Warden? Dear God. Jesus. Fuck that. We still need a name for the pink Goliath. The quote-unquote pink Goliath. I feel like Psionic is kind of in the range of what we're trying to do.
Wait, Ori, if Ty's gone, who takes the negative effects of the Ty power?
Still Ty's account. What could be Psychic Goliath? Oh, it could be Mystic. Cerebral. Mystic or Cerebral? I think Mystic. The Goliaths hold to very basic naming convention. I think Mystic is about as basic as it can get, realistically, for what they do. Yes, Ty would still get XP from not being here. These Goliaths are fun, dude. I fuck with these Goliaths super hard, honestly. There needs to be more ways to take XP from Ty. Okay, wait, hold on, chat. What if there was a mystery box event that literally just took XP from Ty? Like, that's all it did. Be kind of funny. I like these. I like these a lot, chat. Pirate ass pirate ever. Wait, I kind of love that, honestly. It sucks because their stamina is so dog shit. Their stamina is so ass. So even like gaining the effects from something like a zealot would be tough, dude. However, if you did just hardline level 12 down zealot, you would have all the zealot abilities. Whoops. Yeah. At level 12, you would have 96 SHP and every zealot ability, as well as 12 stamina and 12 effort and 12 DHP. We have 96 SHP at level 12. That feels low. No, that's correct. Yeah, 96 SHP at level 12. And you can choose to not die when you die. Yeah, no, I like this a lot. Forager, I would like context, please. Okay. That's another species down, chat. That's another species down. There's not a ton left. There's actually a few that I haven't talked about yet that I am considering introducing, but only 3 of these are blank right now, and they're not even promised. Like, the Caniums and the Mammons might not stick around. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Caniums and the Mammons could go. No context not allowed. Tails. You can choose to not die when you die. Yes. Being so attuned to the universe, death is an option. Correct, yes. The meme originally for Zealots was too angry to die. Hulk smash. We only have these 3. These 2 might get replaced. Mammons are on the chopping block pretty heavy. But they'll probably be replaced by something if they do go. Caniums are a plausibility. I think Caniums are relatively set in stone. We'll probably have Caniums. So these 3, assuming that Mammons might get replaced. These 3 are the only ones left. I'm really excited for Oculans, honestly. I'm actually really excited for Oculans. Gotta love the literally too angry to die talent. You win, I'll be back. Okay. Which means we can jump into one of our option rules, and I would really like to do Sudden Shock. I really like Sudden Shock. Actually, there's a curse that I need to do real quick. There's a curse fix that I need to do before I forget. For defense and SHP for creatures with this curse. Some of the silver they are immune to physical damages. Immunities. And SHP for creature with this curse. Yes, that's the one. Vampires, do they have a way? Eat, sleep, breathe, avoid fatigue, not die. This still lose 1 DHP every bitch plus 0. Stasis. It may still take actions as normal. Immune to physical damage when it takes a weapon attack or against my SCP equal non-defense checks. Have equal to half a speed score rounded up. One direct sunlight. Gains 2 points of fatigue and is dealt 1d6 heat damage beginning each turn. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Vampires can't rest at all. But they do have a non-limited physical immunity. Vampiric physical immunity is completely unlimited. Welcome back. Fuck, that made you spend 100 over 101 stamina on a spell. Sudden shock. Yay! Okay, let's talk about sudden shock. So, sudden shock was... I think we can go even as far as to not quite explain it. What I'd like to do is set up the tables for sudden shock. So the idea is that there is a rolled table or a table of options. DHP sudden shock. Stamina sudden shock. And the idea is that we number them, and a GM can roll the sudden shock table or decide what the sudden shock is, depending on the instance. Okay. Sudden shock is an optional feature of Utopia that gives more weight to intense interactions where high damage or overextension can cause long-lasting effects. If the creature loses over half of their maximum SHP, maximum DHP, loses an amount of SHP equal to half their maximum, rounded up or more, may observe.
Hey Ori, you want a Pop-Tart?
Effect. I don't think I do. I'm good. Thank you though. HP sudden shock table. Same is true for DHP and the DHP sudden shock table. This does not need to be bold. These effects take place regardless of who or what, or more in a single turn, or what caused the effect. For instance, a spellcaster spending over half of their stamina in a single turn would suffer the effects of sudden shock. As well, if a creature were to spend their SHP after being attacked enough to push them past their the threshold, would suffer the same. If it were to spend its SHP after being attacked enough to push them past the threshold, it would suffer a similar fate. Yeah. For each set of options, the GM may decide to force the creature to gain a random effect rolled based on how each option is numbered, or may choose an effect based on what caused it. All creatures suffer these effects similarly. Okay. Now that we have kind of the groundwork for what Sudden Shock is, we can just add abilities. What does Sudden Shock do? What Sudden Shock effects? I am not ignoring anybody. Yay, more tables! One of the things that I think would be interesting for a Sudden Shock effect would be that you just go blind. The creature's DHP is fully restored. The creature loses suffers limb loss until its DHP is completely restored. It can only utilize half of its hands, rounded down, and loses possession of any items, any attached to the lost limbs. You cannot deep breathe. Ooh, ooh, ooh! His stamina is completely restored. Cannot take the deep breath action. Fatigue point me. Still not bold. Fuck me, dude. Okay. I think a point of fatigue would be another completely fair stamina shock. Breathe after using that much stamina is mean, by the way. Oh yeah, no, it's fucked up. It's terrible, actually.
Wait, limb loss from Zealot overpay is funny.
Oh my god, no, you're right. Ocular Scar. Till its DHP is completely restored. The creature suffers blindness. What's the name for ears? Like how ocular means eyes? What's ear? What's earball? What means earballs? Overdrawn, you get a point of fatigue. These two do functionally similar things, I would say. This is actually arguably way worse. The creature completes a rest. 8 points of fatigue. This is my character. He's a zealot. Among his powers are incapable of dying, huge amounts of damage at a time, leprosy. You can be overdrawn more than once. That's fair. Also, fatigue is worse than just not being able to deep breathe, because you can get wind knocked and then overdrawn, and overdrawn doesn't have a function anymore. But if you get overdrawn again, like you said, it stacks with itself and other points of fatigue. So like if you're an aquatic mutant and you get wind knocked, it does nothing. If you're an aquatic mutant and you get overdrawn, you're fucked. Oracle Scar. Its DHP is completely restored. The creature suffers deafness. Let's make this way worse. Spinal Tap. DHP is completely restored. The creature suffers paralysis. Oopsies. You're paralyzed now. This reaches a point where if you just lose half of your DHP, you could just die.
Oh, that's so evil.
Unless somebody can pick you up really fucking fast, this can hurt. This can hurt. I think that the Daze ability, Daze would probably end up in SHP, I think. This one less active hand takes 1 damage roughly at SHP every 6 seconds. Ooh. Ooh. That's gross as fuck. That's gonna cause it to die. Oracle can also refer to part of the heart away. It does me here, though. Oh, interesting. Why would those be the same? Why would they make them the same? These are just traps, I think. Wounding just proved its worth. Yeah, it did. Creature has 1 less active hand and takes 1 less damage per SHP. I could see bloodied. I could see bloodied. Wait, cannot be blocked or dodged. This effect is not considered damage. And excess does not carry over to DHP. That's so painful, dude. That's so painful. Bull by min-maxers and gain and against low levelers. No, I think this should be able to kill you. This way cannot be blocked or dodged. Ignores all defenses. Bleeding out is also fucking terrible. This is another way for you to just begin to immediately die. Sudden shock, joint sprain. Until your SHP is slowly restored, your land air control is reduced to 1. Ooh! I think halved. I think halved would make more sense. Reduced to 1 is mean, dude. I think this one might be on a rest. Creature completes a rest. It's land travel, water travel, and air travel are halved. Rounded up. Soft spot until your SPC completely restored. Your defenses are halved, rounded down. Oh, owie, dude. It has to be all at once. It has to be in a turn. Only a single turn. I think SHP will get the ore. No, I think it'll just be complete arrest. is completely restored. You know what? Yeah, I think we'll go like that. When knocked, it should be a lot easier. When knocked, I feel like should be one of those ones that it's like you kind of get a get out of jail free card. You just can't deep breathe for a minute. You know what I mean? This should be like the easiest thing to get out of. It's a very baby one. The GMs need an out that isn't just going to kill the character. You know what I mean? Because in a bad combat situation, a lot of these are just lethal, right? Like this is basically, oh, you got sudden shocked, you're dead now. Until you return to full SHP, you may not complete a rest. Ooh, okay, yeah. Extreme pain. I've been waiting for pain to be kind of more of a concept in this game. Yeah. Its SHP is completely restored. It may not. It cannot gain the effects of a rest. Oh, you know what's super fucked about this? You know what's super duper mega fucked about this? Is that if you get exhausted, like if somebody hits you with something with exhausting and you lose your SHP and your stamina or something like that, or if you have 2 sudden shock effects for any reason, then your SHP, you can't rest and you can't solve the things that require a rest. Oh, fuck. Ouchies. Adrenalated. Until you complete a rest, you may not regain stamina. Oh, I hate that. Shock until you rest, you cannot understand the languages. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there was gonna be a confusion one. Understand or speak. That's a lot. I feel like that's a lot for a sudden shock. Hold on. I feel like there's a lot of things that already prevent you from regaining stamina, which is funny because they're mostly in stamina, which is fucked up. Oh goodness, what is it? What was it? Shit. This one's probably not too bad. Days. So, its SHP is completely restored. It's dazed. Lightheaded until your stamina is fully restored. You cannot concentrate or focus. Oh, yeah. Lightheaded. Oh, that's good. That's good. Tell the creature. Yes. Make one that's just you throw up. Actually, yeah. Upon suffering this effect, the creature must make a resolve fortitude test. unless it succeeds a 12, 16 must spend its next available 3 turn actions or equivalent available interrupt actions throwing up. It loses its next available 3 turn actions or equivalent available interrupt actions. We can say that it's throwing up. I don't think we need to say that thematically. But yeah. That one's pretty mean. I would say that one's pretty mean. These are ass. Stamina Chuck, lethargic. Until the creature completes a rest or the stamina is completely restored. Gain a point of disfavor on all tests? That's mean. That's very mean. Lightheaded is very anti-caster for sure. I could see lethargic.
At Rainice Fouling, that's mine. Smiley face.
A point of
At Diamond
disfavor
the Dino plushie, how dare.
on all tests. These are a little bit ruthless. I'm gonna be honest. I think we need to come up with some nicer ones, chat. It's okay to have a series of mean ones, but there needs to be ones that are a little bit nicer, I think. I think we could probably make closer to like 10 or 20 of each because, again, there should not be a 50-50 chance when you spend half your stamina that you just die or become
because
useless.
all of these are brutal and potentially life-threatening.
Yes. And even if they're not life-threatening, you become useless to your allies upon one of these happening. I think we need to have no more than a quarter of these be that, especially the stamina ones. The stamina one should be especially less punishing because they're just like, I mean, yeah. You use half your stamina all the fucking time. I definitely think that we need to put some nicer ones. For sure, for sure. In fact, I think this can actually go here, because this will probably be the biggest table of all. If anything. It's possible that we do 20 stamina, 12 SHP, 10 DHP, or something like that. Like, the DHP ones fucking you up each time makes a lot of sense to me. Like, yeah, you just lost half your DHP. You're probably gonna die now. Can we have one that are just thematics? I could see that. Maybe even just like a tiny little baby like ability, you know, like you gain a point of disfavor on your next memory test. You know what I mean? So it has a mechanical effect, but it's like it's predominantly thematic. Oh, goodbye 5 minutes from the subathon timer. This is devastating. That's 300 seconds we could have spent subathoning, chat. 300 seconds.
Have one in shop that just takes a smidge of stamina as well.
What did I say? There's one that was really nice. The one that wasn't bad at all. What was it? Oh, these are fucked, dude. These are uber fucked. Lethargic's even more fucked in my opinion. I think it's even more fucked than nausea. Okay. One at SHP, it just takes a smidge of stamina as well. Have one at SHP that just, yeah, that's a good one. That's actually a good idea. taxing? Taxed. On suffering this effect? Yeah. The creature loses 15 stamina. Oh, let's do a roll. 40-10 stamina. That's an average of 22. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that makes sense. Okay. I think 20 stamina, 12 SHP, and 8 to 10 DHP would be fair. The DHP ones can be gnarly. The DHP ones can be completely fairly gnarly. Like, if you take half of your DHP in a single attack, there's a chance you just get spinal tapped. In fact, actually... I think there should be a DHP one that just kills you. Like, yeah, you died. Like, I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't enough big numbers to make your numbers go down. However, it did smack you in the kidney hard enough that you just die. SP sudden shock. Hyposensitive. If your SHP is fully restored, your block rating and dodge rating is reduced by 2 dice, minimum of 1. Ah. I think probably 1 and keep it a little bit easier.
I like the stackable ones.
That's not bad. Getting a little bit nicer. Stamina sudden shot.
Monkey
Stinging
underscore
lungs.
Pasquire eyes.
Ooh, that's not bad. Yeah, 2 turn actions for the deep breath I think is completely fair. That's a really good one, actually. The deep breath action requires an additional turn action for this creature. Shaky grip. Until the creature completes a rest or its SHP is completely restored, gain a point of disfavor on to grapple. Yeah. That one's also a very easy one in my opinion. To grapple, scale, and maintain their grip. Tax is probably better than this one. Like, tax is probably easier. Like, this is a pretty specific thing to lose. Actually, never mind. No, shaky grip is just nicer. I think shaky hands is probably one of the nicest things you can get. Shivers. The entire area fills with a deep chill. Fair enough. Stamina sudden shock. Winded for the next minute. The travel action requires 1 additional turn action. Ooh.
Drop your weapon.
Drop your weapon is a good one, actually. No, that's a really good one. This one's actually not that bad. I think no deep breath for 1 minute is, like... It's kind of meh. Like, the deep breath action already kind of sucks ass.
I realized a thing. If
What's
you
that?
do big perpetual spells for like reshape creature, there's a chance you just die.
God, you're right. Yeah, no, perpetual spells are sketchy now. Yeah, get
Perpetual
fucked.
spells got so much more dangerous.
Yeah. This is an optional rule,
At Sky
chat. So,
Heights have another mage
personally,
nearby, I guess.
God knows I would be doing this. Upon suffering this effect, the creature drops all items held in its hands and loses grip on Can you imagine hanging onto a ledge and somebody just SHP smacks you and you literally just roll lose grip? Core Timeline Utopia use it? It depends what you mean. Fuck optional sudden shock. It's gonna be a mainstay for the TBT people. I'm joking for now. I'm not. SHP sudden shock, fuzzy nerves until the creature completes a rest or its SHP is completely restored. Gain 1 to 2 points of disfavor on initiative tests. That one's... I could see that. That one's essentially a freebie. That one is almost like completely like, it almost has no effect. I think we're gonna, we might use that one. I think we might have 4 more that is more conducive to combat at the time. Live in fear. No, 100%. I agree. I do think that is a very nice one. I do think, in my opinion, each one should have one essential freebie. Either literal freebie or an essential freebie, for all intents and purposes. Like that one. I could see that going into SHP, honestly. But it might get removed, because it is very free. Disfavor. Made to decide.
At the Forager 56, wait, yes.
Can make hallucinations? I want hallucinations. Oh my goodness. That one's actually kind of funny. Until this creature completes a rest, it gains 2 points of disfavor on tests made to discern illusions and may sporadically see false images or sounds.
Oops, I meant no stamina or shop.
Sudden shock, life flash, you gain no effects from your next rest. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's, yeah, no, that's good. You don't die, to be fair. There's, Wind Knock. I want to change Wind Knock to just Winded. I think Wind...
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Winded is better. Creature. The next time this creature would gain the effects of a rest, it instead doesn't. You don't die, but you might wish you did! Trauma until you complete a rest. Roll a d6. On anything except a 6, you do not gain the effects of a rest. Oh, that's mean. I could actually see that being an SHP. That's a lot. Onion explodes. No. That one seems a little bit rough, and I feel like it overlaps with Life Flash pretty heavily. I don't know. That one's a toughie. That one's definitely a toughie. I do think that pain should be a bigger portion of this. I do think that pain should be a bigger part of this. I like the idea that pain is just something that stops your character. I think that pain is not very revered in tabletop RPGs. And I think it should be. I think that searing pain should be something that makes your character take a fucking knee. And then I said leave, but never did. I realized I could probably last with the connection until my power comes back. Woo! We have extreme pain. We have a lot of rest. We have a lot of ways to prevent arrest. I think we should probably be careful about that. Oh, you know what? There's one that I think that bleeding out is very mean. Bleeding out is fucked. Bleeding out is a good way to basically just die. Resolve or fortitude? It could be either. Generally resolve. Yeah, resolve test for a pain effect. Generally it is
idea
resolve.
That sudden shock either rarely occurs or never occurs if you can't feel pain or feel very little pain.
Rarely occurs or never occurs if you can't feel pain or very little pain. I think that the sudden shock, like, they can still rip a kidney out, but I think that there would be a shock effects that you just ignore entirely. Like, if you get extreme pain, you're just like, no, I don't. I'm just immune to that effect. Yeah, resolve is mind over matter. Fortitude is like matter over matter. My matter is more mattery than your matter. Stamina sudden shock. Blurry-eyed. Until you complete a rest, you have one less turn action and one less interrupt action. That's like days on steroids. That one less interrupt action really fucking sucks. I think it might be just the turn action, because that's pretty painful.
Like Ori.
Like, that one's going like, yeah, that one's worse than nausea, I would argue. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. It has one less turn action on each of its turns. Threw it in there for cruelty. Fair enough. I do think that there should be a pain effect. Actually, you know what? Hypersensitive is kind of a pain effect. Agonizing fog until the creature's DHP is completely restored. Its level is treated as half rounded up. The only downside to that one is the amount of bookkeeping, because it's really difficult. There's a lot that goes into de-leveling. It's a lot of math to do, and to do it only for a sudden shock is kind of tough. It is kind of logistic. It's pretty logistic. I like the idea, though. Honestly, that is a really cool idea. There needs to be a lot of these. Dizzy spell is so
Stamina
free, dude.
sudden shock. Burdened. Until you complete a rest, your carry capacity is reduced by 1d100 slowda, or 3d20, if we're being realistic.
Ooh, okay. I could see that. That could immediately throw you into being encumbered. It could actually immediately throw you into getting crushed. Funny enough. I think this is a 4-1 minute thing, personally. I think halving is easier. I think that's just easier math more often. Because 1d100 has a completely different effect on somebody who has a strength of 2 versus a strength of 10. You know what I mean? Like, one of them just get impacted so much worse in comparison, like logarithmically worse. I think that there's going to be a stamina one that basically says, you literally do not get an ill effect. Like, you just make it out. No, logarithmically means, like, on an exponential curve. Amnesia shock, this creature loses a level. just forever? That's so much. That's a lot. You spontaneously combust. Okay. Then say exponentially, the second fastest growth. Okay.
Stamina sudden shock. Stupor. Until your stamina is fully restored, you speak and act in uncharacteristically obtuse ways.
Fair enough. Until... to functionally communicate. Be reduced. Prone to damage type for 1 minute, or maybe next rest. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. I think that we take the term hypersensitive for that. Hypersensitive. That's worse than taxed, but better than lose grip. It completes a rest.
Logarithms are the slough's growth that actually happens. Constant has no growth. The two fastest are respectively facitorials and exponentiation.
Damage dealt of a specific damage type is increased by 5 dealt to it. Damage of a specific damage type dealt to it is increased by 5 damage per instance. Damage type is similar to that of its lowest defense when this effect occurs. When it suffers this effect at random if tied. And this one needs a new name. Higher order multiplication from exponential outscales it. I would like one, like, literally just organ failure. I think one should be organ failure. Actually? Oh, this one's mean. This one's super mean. Let's trade. One of the creatures subtraits chosen at random is reduced to 0. It depends on the organ, I think. But I think system failure, you could just say, hey, choose a subtrait, it's 0. Who unconscious? I think that would, to me, that would probably be an SHP sudden shock. Also, we're out of DHP sudden shocks. Although I don't think it should ignore hypercognate, because that's what hypercognate is for, right? Like, we don't want to circumnavigate the cool talents you took that serve no other purpose. Good species clear does not gain the benefit from positive species quirks. Oh. Just, boop, lights out. That is really bad. That is really, really bad, actually. This is very, very potent. This is actually probably the worst SHP shock. SHP sudden shock so far. Restored. 1 minute has passed. Whatever comes first. The creature is rendered unconscious. So you can just survive for 10 turns. I feel like this makes the knockout a little bit more fair. Hypercognate would keep you awake as well. But this is mean. 1 minute knocked out on the battlefield is bad. Could surgery reverse some of these? Oh, absolutely. I think all of these, most of them get reversed by fulfilling all of your DHP again, or fulfilling all of your SHP again, or resting. There's a lot of ways to get these off of your back again. I'm just a girl, teehee. Yes, exactly. There should be times where you're just immune to it. Like, you just have the spread that you need to ignore the effect. We need 1 SHP shock. Actually, I think this could be the freebie. This could be the freebie, I think. It's a thematic one, chat. Give me a thematic. I know Forager was talking about some thematics. Give me an SHP thematic. No mechanical effect. Headache. Okay. I have to say, so a headache, upon suffering this effect, you're dealt 1d4 psyche damage, and I have to say, damage dealt this way cannot be blocked or dodged and ignores defenses. No, Rix, you cannot parry your fucking headaches. God damn it. Okay, now we just need like 8 more stamina ones. 8 stamina shocks. Tinnitus. Parry that cake! No, Rix, you cannot. No, Rix, headache is not parryable. No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. I think Burden is worse than Nausea, honestly. Burden's kind of mean. Bling? Stamina sudden shock, numb for the next minute. You feel no physical sensations. Oh. Cannot sense objects or creatures via tactile methods, and fails tests that require physical sensation for 1 minute. That one's definitely an easier one. Ignore stamina discounts? That one's very spellcaster focused. I was afraid of doing a caster focused one because, I mean, if you're like a combatant, you know, if you're a martialist and you just spend half your stamina on hasty attacks, they're going to be a big contender for this. Martialists spend a lot of fucking stamina. Most martialists that I've built spend half their stamina each turn. Very often. And it's kind of weird if there's just a caster focused one. Second wind, you recover all of your stamina. Excuse me? Adrenaline go burr. Do we actually have that? That's fair. I could actually see one that's like your spells and attacks each take 1 additional turn action. You think there should be one that's beneficial in stamina? Okay, I can see that.
Sorry, hit caps lock by accident.
Second wind can be suffers no effect, and adrenaline could be... That's so weird. That's so weird. Oh, you know what? Off rhythm. Rhythm. Until this creature completes the deep breath action, let's say 6 times. Or until 1 minute has passed. The attack action and all attacks and attacks this creature makes and all spells that it casts require 1 additional turn action. I like the idea that you have to sit there and fucking breathe for a second.
At Galaxy 3004 D, 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 that's so bad.
5. What's woozy? Until its stamina is completely restored or it completes a rest, all of your subtraits are calculated as if they were half their value rounded up. That's fucking gnarly. That does have your spell cap. Yeah, no, that's pretty mean. That halves your travel. That halves your spell cap. That halves your how long you can breathe. So on and so on. It halves a lot of things, dude. Holy fuck. I think Winded's gonna change. Unmodified at the beginning of each turn. Unless it rolls a 6. It is suffocating. This effect ends once it rolls a 6. Sudden shock, shortness of breath. For the next minute, you must take the deep breath action after every action. Ooh. I'm gonna make this a little bit nicer. Whenever the creature takes an action, it must spend an additional 3 stamina unless
Stamina
it took
sudden
the
shock
deep
woozy
breath action
until its stamina
directly
is
after.
completely restored or it completes a rest. All of your sub traits are treated as if they were 1d4 lower minimum of 1.
I do think that's kind of another bookkeeping issue. I could see that. I could see it reducing a sub trait at random, but all sub traits is a little bit. It's a little bit heavy on the bookkeeping, I would say. I think hallucinations just goes here. It's just really not that bad. Could roll a 1d12 first. All attacks have to be made with an accuracy test with a base TD. Oh. Whoa. That's a good one. That's a good one. That one's kind of, I would argue, quite specific. Like, casters get around it completely. Alchemists get around it completely, but I think I'm pretty okay with that personally. What would that be called? Basically Woozy? Woozy was originally the... I think we could change the... I think that Woozy... The Woozy ability could be changed, or could be still used, but Woozy, the name, I think fits this better. I think until its stamina is completely restored. It was what? All attacks it makes require a test for accuracy. The minimum TD for accuracy tests are 5. We can call it seeing double. That one's kind of mean, yeah. Okay. No, it is low. It is absolutely low. But it's still a chance of failure. And also, let's say it like this. TD for accuracy tests are increased by 5. Heavy until your stamina is completely restored or you complete a rest. It treats being encumbered as being encumbered as being crushed. There is an ability that already has your carry capacity, and I feel like those would do kind of a similar thing. Because this can already send you into the crush state. I don't know. I would have to know what the crush mechanics are. Plus 2 to never be able to fail. That's fair. Let's increase it by 8. It's meant to be a not very harsh one, but at least you have a chance of failing at that point. Sudden shock distract. The result of your next test is set to 0. That one's... okay. Next test clauses are really bad because players can absolutely extort several talents to be forced into making a test. You know what I mean? And it kind of just creates a debate. It creates a natural argument between the player and the GM where they'd be like, oh, I would like to make an awareness test. You know what I mean? But then you just auto-fail. So it's kind of like, well... What are you doing? You know, now the GM has to come up with something. I usually try to avoid next test scenarios because of just how much agency is in the player's hands. I think we would like to do one that's recuperating. Creature completes the deep breath action. Where's the until 1 minute has passed. It cannot regain SHP or DHP. We can say just SHP. That one's a little bit on the meaner side, I would say. I think it's a little bit meaner than shortness of breath, and I think seeing double is actually now a little bit meaner than that, even. Now that it's changed. Last like a minute? What, all tests for a minute are 0? That means you fail all accuracy tests. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab more juice. I want my juice. Juice me, Trabio! Juice me! There is an effect that does take your turn actions away from you already. For stunned. There's also a daze effect, and there's a paralysis effect. Nausea actually should probably go up quite a bit. It's really not that bad. Pain in the lungs also should go up, in my opinion. That's the hard part about making, what is this, 32, 40 of them? It's hard not to step on your own toes. Yo, Tadar, what's up? Tadar, is that correct? I hope I got that right. Welcome in, buddy. How are you doing? Racking brain right now, not in the state of think of this stuff. Not in the state to think of this stuff. Fair enough. Ashen has suffered sudden shock, is the problem, I think. These ones can be really generic, honestly. Like, they really don't need to be that strong. Half blocks or half dodge for 1 minute? We already have one of those. Where is it? Not the same effect, but similar effect. Fuck, I forgot where it was. Goodness, I don't remember. Oh, okay. Confused is actually kind of crazy. I think confused would go up here.
LMAO hard to remember or read all of them.
Confused is actually, I would have to use a different name because confused is already a piece of terminology in Utopia. But where would I put that? That's mean.
Or, not for.
Huh? No points of favor or block and dodge? Oh, that's smart. Okay, no, that's smart. put you here. We could call it Confused. No, I think Confused had to be a different name. Disoriented.
What about that?
Yeah, disoriented.
Orodont.
That is a lot of turns. That's mean. I think that's probably here. That one's probably should have a meaner name to it too. That's more than just disoriented. That's like, that's fucked. That's what that is. All right, vote. Bet. Hattori, apparently. Yes.
Bamboozled.
Yes. Bamboozled. That's the one. Wildered? A wild word. I think this can be blurry-eyed, and this one can be basically fatigued. All this weary. Okay. We need one more. God, I had it too. Oh. That's actually pretty dope. Atrophied. I think Resolve score would be better, personally. I feel like that's kind of how that, like, that's what Resolve does. It's mind over matter. I think that makes sense, personally. Cannot spend more than its resolve score in stamina on an action. That one's also pretty mean, I would say. Okay. Or put that here. All right, chat. Yo, sure to the tier 1 sub. Let's fucking go, dude. That's all. That's all of them, chat. Oh no. Goodbye, 5 minutes. You are currently subbed. You can save it for the next time that your sub expires, or you can gift it to somebody else. It's completely up to you. Chat, want to roll some sudden damage just for the sake of, you know, seeing what it feels like? Want to try it? If so... Oh, congrats on the fucking 96. Goddamn. If so, pick a damage type. Stamina, SHP, or DHP. You cannot save D100 rolls, unfortunately, no. I am so sorry. Oh, the juice. SHP? All right, chat. Can I get some D12s? Well, we'll start with SHP. I saw SHP first, chat. Send me some D12s. Sky! Until your SHP is completely restored, or you rest, damage of specific damage type, dealt to you is increased by 5. Damage type based on your lowest defense. You are hypersensitive. Galaxy, you got soft spot. Until you complete a rest, each of your defenses are halved. Owie. Ashton, ooh! Upon suffering this effect, Ashton, you have a headache. You're gonna take 1d4 psyche damage, and no, you can't parry it. Don't ask. 6, Dino, you have lingering aches. Until your SHP is restored or you complete a rest, your block rating and dodge rating are both reduced by 1. That was not bad. Sherbs, ooh, you got fuzzy nerves. Until your SHP is restored or you complete a rest, you gain a point of disfavor on tests made to decide turn order. I rolled a 12. I parry it. Can't parry a headache is going to become a joke. Yes, correct. All right, chat. Let's do DHP next. Give me some D8 rolls. Damn, chronic pain coming for me in Utopia 2. Fucking real, dude. Real as shit. Forager took SHP. Let's see the SHP for Forager. Forager got a 10. Shaky hands.
Fuck. That's my whole thing.
Until Forager, until you complete a rest, you gain point of disfavor on test made to grapple scale and maintain your grip. Okay. Dino, you rolled a 7. That's pretty good. Until your DHP is completely restored, one of your subtraits at random, it becomes 0. Hey, Dino specifically, want to roll a D12 for me? Oh, Sky, you got Life Flash. That's the easiest one. Your next rest does nothing. Forager got a 4. That is limb loss. Ooh, you lost access to half of your hands, Forager. Sorry about that. Nebula also got an 8. Nebula also will miss their next sleep. 2 psyche damage from Ashton. A 5? That is... Oh, that's engineering! Dino! Dino, your engineering is 0! Until your DHP is restored. That's fucked up. Oh, that's super fucked up. Ashton, you are bleeding out. Oh no. Until your DHP is restored, you take 1d4 damage at the beginning of each turn. It cannot be blocked or dodged and ignores all defenses. You have 10 hands, Forager? That's weird. Fuck. I survived DHP sudden shock. Do I get a t-shirt along with my insomnia?
I have a question.
Rain? Oh my god, Rain got spinal tapped! Oh no! Rain, you are paralyzed. What's your question? 6? You're deaf. Forager, you are deaf. Blah. Chat, how about some D20s? Let's see some stamina shocks. 17 for Sky. 17. Stupor. Until you regain your stamina back, you get a point of disfavor on tests to understand and comprehend, and your ability to functionally communicate may be reduced. What else do we got? What else do we got? Oh, Nats rolled on the DHP shock table. You also lost half your limbs, Nats. I'm so sorry to tell you like this. Ashton. Oh no, Sherbs rolled an 8. Sherbs, you just have 1 night of insomnia. You're completely fine. Trust, probably. Nebula rolled a 7 on the D20 table. Off rhythm. Until you take the deep breath action 6 times, or until a minute has passed, all attacks you make require all attacks and spells for you, Nebula, cost 1 additional turn action. Dino rolled a 6, which is winded. You roll 1d6 unmodified at the beginning of each turn. Unless it rolls a 6, you're suffocating until you roll a 6. Dino, you are suffocating. Furniture, nice, you rolled a 1. You get a point of fatigue. Congrats on the natty 1. My language comprehension was good this week anyways. Galaxy got a 14. Pained lungs. Until your stamina is completely restored, your deep breath action requires an additional turn action. Oops. Forager, you are overdrawn. You are fatigued. Someone give me mouth to mouth. And Forager followed up with a 2 for Blurry-Eyed. All actions this creature takes must target a random target, including itself if applicable, for 1 minute. You can only target randomly for 1 minute. Ooh, D20. Rain got a 3! Lethargic. Until you complete a rest and your stamina's restored, you get a point of disfavor on everything. Oh, jeez. Wink wonk. Moonchi, roll a D8. You're going into sudden shock. Asher rolled an 18. Dizzy spell. You get a point of disfavor on the next memory test you make within 1 minute. Moonchi, could you roll a D8 for me? What happens if you reshape creature, the 0 subtrait, from system failure back up to never restore your DHP? Was my question from before, Ori? Okay, so let's say that you use reshape creature to increase its subtrait by 4. While it's 0, it would become 4. And let's say it goes to its natural of 10, it would then become 14. A reshape creature only tracks the additional or negative. Moonchi, I'm happy to tell you, you have lost your limbs. Why is everybody losing their limbs? Guys, could you stop getting your limbs chopped off? Goodness me. Moonchi, you lost half of your arms. Took 2 psyche, 2 DHP per turn, and whatever I had, and have disfavor on memory. Yes. Great. At least nobody instantly died. I mean, okay, to be fair, Rain got spinal tapped, so Rain's probably gonna die. But, regardless.
At monkey_pasquire, you seem upset.
I'll learn to draw with my mouth. You still have half your hands. God damn it. Bleeding out, I'm probably gonna die. That's fair, that's fair. You could die from bleeding out. It does happen sometimes. This is kind of hilarious. Draw with one hand, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Best I can do is 1d4 mend. Lamau. Yes, no, Zealots can absolutely die to their own rage. Draw with your foot? No, please, no. Not like this. That counters 1 turn of bleeding. Exactly 1 turn of bleeding. Hey, to be fair, that's 1 turn you're not bleeding, so. I'll get my Alteration Necromancy Tomes, I guess, yeah. No, Forager, I swear to God. Unfortunate thing about bleeding out kind of fucking sucks, honestly. Because, for bleeding out, if you're using alteration healing, the higher your max DHP is, the harder it is to save you. Because it's until your DHP is completely restored. And alteration cannot increase your DHP beyond a current amount up to like 200, barring using mythical components. Someone will lose limb, and I'll have a feeling it'll be Fish that applies to PR2. God damn it. Another reason why potions are the best. Potions are amazing. I don't know why there's not more alchemical healers, but to be fair, there's not really very many healers in many campaigns that I've played and GM'd. Need to learn medic. Or does the canon already have it? I don't know. It'd be funny. Sky already has medic. I'd let Sky do surgery on me. I don't mind. I healer. Hello, I healer. That's fair. That's fair. Moth is a healer. But if somebody started bleeding out in that campaign, I don't think we'd often have the components to save them. Actually, no, it'd be really easy to save Eevee, frankly. Eevee, you would need like an extraordinary component for Eevee, and he'd be fine. Entirely based on potions? Whack. Planning to be a medic, unfortunately I need to finish the character. Ooh. So I'm playing a healer in my next campaign. Looks at Sky. Lamau. Belladonna, who is a medic? Okay, you guys have healers. You guys have healers. I mean, given now that the AG is out, but that's because the AG definitely incentivized it a lot better, I would say. I like the sudden shock table, chat. I think that this is a fun optional rule. I think this is a fun and interesting optional rule. And I can so imagine, like, okay, give me a moment when you get smacked by some fucking BBEG or some kind of mini boss, and you go, oh no. And they're like, sudden shock, and you're like, yeah. And you have to roll this fucking D12. You have to roll this D12, or God forbid the D8, chat. God forbid the D8. What did I just type?
Sudden shock is terrifying.
Dude, oh my god, I want to see it so bad. Oh my god, it makes me so happy. I feel like this is such a good thematic premise. And to be fair, this also works on opposing creatures, right? So there are times where you just smack a goblin kinda hard and it just dies. Go on. I can wait. Hold on, chat. I think it's only fair that I roll as well. I need to roll these as well, chat, right? Like, it's only fair.
I punched it and it died.
I punched it and it died.
Ori, I just did half of your DHP roll for sudden shock.
I'm gonna, hold on. No, first, I'm gonna spend half my stamina. Whoops, that doesn't count as a roll. I'm gonna spend half my stamina in response. Which unfortunately means that I'm going to be lethargic. So I'm going to get a point of disfavor on all tests, period. But luckily I have Blood Mage and Wizard's Wits. So I'll go ahead and, oh, this is why I spent my stamina, by the way, because I was using Wizard Wits. But I'm also going to use Blood Mage to spend half my stamina. I'm sorry, SHP. So let's see what happens there. We're lethargic together. We're so lethargic. Unfortunately, I now have chronic pain with Dino, and my block rating and dodge rating is reduced by 1. So unfortunately, ow. So unfortunately, I've lost half my DHP. So what sudden shock am I going to go through? That reminds me, I never heard of the term black hat before reading the orange option. Really? I lost limbs! What's up with the lost limbs, chat? Fuck! I'm re-rolling this. Okay, well now Rain and I are both spinal tapped. I should have just not re-rolled. Damn, kill me. In fact, you probably will, because I'm sitting on the ground paralyzed now. Oopsie.
Getting the knife.
Getting the knife. Well, I'm not going to stop you. I'm still on the ground paralyzed, so. Blah. Oh, you know what probably one of these could be renamed to? Is probably a seizure. Like, I feel like it makes sense to send a character through a seizure due to something happening. Done. Oh, goodbye, Galaxy, for 10 seconds. Truly in it together. No fucking kidding, dude. Jeez, umps. We just cannot catch a break, Rain. Renori chilling on the ground, getting picked up and carried to medical by Sky. Sky's like, fucking Christ almighty. Can't take you guys anywhere. Hup, hut, 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 hut. The life flash was changed to seizures, the one that prevents you from sleeping. Oh, that's good, Galaxy. I'm glad to hear that.
Ashton PYR, no, I'm picking them up and carrying them to watch all of Ninjago.
Oh, okay, now that we're paralyzed, you're just gonna take us and force us to watch Ninjago. I need art of me just carrying paralyzed Ori and Rain to medical. It's kind of funny, honestly. We're just like stiff as a plank and we're all like... You're watching in bed. For now, we just have to give them something to recover. Lamau. All right, chat. I think that means that we're rearing up towards the end of the day. I think that we're finishing up. Tomorrow, I have to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be really real with you guys. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very special day. Tomorrow is Paya's return, so we're going to be doing a campaign session, but there's going to be a twist. And I think there's going to be a twist that you guys are going to like. I advise being there, personally. Wake up on time. Be there on time, because I think there's going to be an interesting, fun little thing that you guys... give us a hint for tomorrow's
Sit him
surprise.
down and make him watch us pour cocoa in a mug.
Watch us pour cocoa in a mug? No. No. No.
At Sherbert
Do I have to? Yes, you have to.
Thank God.
No. I will get the bowl. I will get the bowl. I'll just use my zealot ability to become not paralyzed anymore. All right, chat. I think we're gonna be blind rating today. Interesting enough. We're in the software and game development category right now, so fuck yeah. Let's hit somebody who's doing the game developments. Have a good one, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Tomorrow is going to be Pious Return, and I would love to have you guys there. So please join us for Pious Return tomorrow. I appreciate you guys a ton. I will talk to you soon, and I love you. Bye! Oh, fuck. What? What happened?
Chief
No, oh.
The underscore explorer just raided with
Chief,
1
welcome in. We literally have the raid up right now. I'm sending in the raid message. Oh, goodness. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. I appreciate you. Oh, stay for the raid if you would. I appreciate you guys a lot. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow for Pious Return. I'll talk to you soon. I have terrible timing. I love you, Chief. Bye.